Checking your physique, I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody, I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just fades away. You got me in that dilemma, oh, oh, oh. 'Cause boy, you a fine looking fella, and you know, no, the grass here is green, I like what you see, thinking of how you could get with me, yeah. Well, maybe we don't have to tell her, hey, I'm in a dilemma.
Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. It's day 9, I believe, of building Master Minutes live on stream. I've not been doing it consecutively though, but yeah. Yesterday we were working on some JavaScript stuff. We're going to continue working on that. We were building out our transcript editor. If you're new, Master Minutes is a tool that I'm building that turns audio recordings, video recordings of meetings into helpful minutes. And the first step of that is creating a transcript that you can, that AI will then use to turn those into minutes. We are now live, I believe, and all set up across the interwebs. The computer's being a bit weird, but we're getting there. We're getting there. What have we got going on there? Spinny wheel of death. Not sure why. Is it right? Seems okay. It's just freaking out a little bit. Cool. Yes, yesterday we were working on our transcript editor, which I will jump straight back into. When you go in here, we're using the podcast remote Ruby as our kind of test bed here. This is our transcript editor. It's built on top of TipTap. And one of the things we were doing was setting up the word mark so every single word is marked up correctly. Now we've got all of this data, we're able to put the data from the transcript into TipTap, and now we're working on getting the data out of TipTap to save it. So that's what we're working on latest. That was the latest thing we were working on. If I pop the drawer over there, console, you can see here, as we make changes, we get out a new object that is in a similar format to that of the... I'm not sure why there's an error there. I need to debug that one. We get a similar format as to... What was I about to say? I don't know. Lost for words there. That's mostly done by our convert TipTap to transcribe function. Yeah. So we're taking the TipTap data and we are taking that and then converting it into something that our Amazon Transcribe format. Kind of using that as our base format. I haven't really bothered looking at too much around other types of formats. Perhaps in the future we could try a different format. But for now, our TipTap engine is going to work directly with that format. Yeah. What was our next thing to do? Because we have items. We have segments. If I refresh and just see, what do we have? We have no errors. Enter. Then it throws an error. That's because this is empty. It's got no children. So we can start with fixing that bug. What line did that fail on? That failed on line 8. This one here. That is because content doesn't exist. I think we can do all an empty array here. The other option we have as well is like perhaps doing question mark. Why is that then failing there? Expression expected. Perhaps the question mark goes here. Does that work? Does that work better? Then we're on line 34, similar error, line 34. Undefined reading speaker label. That's because one of these is null. Which makes sense, I guess. We kind of want this to not be null. We want this to be an empty array. So it probably makes sense more to just stick the empty array bit in here. That work then? Yeah, that feels like the more suitable solution to that problem. Okay, let's see. We had something yesterday in here. We still have it saved in there. So that's our data, and we need to somehow map the original data, our new data, into the original data. We have ads on. Working out the number of speakers. So we've got segments, but now let's work out the number of speakers. That's going to be the next challenge. There's a lot of chunking and all sorts going on here. We could do a lot of this with just one loop. So let's maybe try a new version of this that we think probably be more performant. We've got to remember that this function is going to be running every single time that our save is happening, which might be on every keystroke. We might be saving this data back. And so let's take a look at this and how we might do it differently. So the core of our items is stored within data.content, and we're flat mapping over that. So for item, const item of data.content. Actually, I think this is more of an, is it of or in? It's an of because it's an array. Okay, so what are we doing here? We kind of need to have our const items is an empty array, and const segments is an empty array. Those are the two things that we're trying to build out at the end. Content item. Kind of stop producing Gen AI stuff, and I kind of want to work this out for myself for a second before reading all of that. So let's see, so it's not peeking up in the mic. Let's see. We've got a content item of those content items. Previously we were flat mapping that, which means we were, so for each one of our content items we're going to loop through. Those content items are going to have content itself. This is our utterance. And we've got another kind of loop, const word of utterance.content. No, I don't want all of that. Stop. Is he giving me a Copilot? Disable it for a second. We're going to loop over. So we're going to loop over all of the words. If no word dot marked. I'm gonna continue because we don't really care. Like, if there's no word marks, we don't really want to care about that word. That means that we can then grab out this information, so we can do const actors equals word dot marked 0, and then we can get the I do wonder as well whether we do the I never tend to like doing it, but start end type confidence. It's kind of what I'm doing there. I'm like, actually, I just want to extract those things. Speaker, label, and speaker. I don't know where we're getting speaker from. Where are we getting speaker from? All the way up here. Was utterance dot speak utters speaker. Alternatives. Confidence. Content is word.text. We got the item. We're gonna take that. If the type is pronunciation, we're gonna add the start and the end time. And then rather than returning an item, we can just items push the item. So now we're doing our filter in the same loop that we're looping through each word, so we're not looping again. The next bit is the segments. I'm wondering as well whether I could just build the word, like create a function build item based on an utterance and a word. Return the item there. Const item equals build item with the utterance and word. I guess this is the speaker rather than the utterance there. The chunk while it looks nice, but I wonder whether I could probably chunk it up more manually. Because as we're looping through these, I mean, to be fair, we already are, like, down here. Const segment items equals an empty array. Loop for all of the items. Segment items dot push item. And then segments dot push segment items, and that's going to be the segment. The only bit that's different here is actually what's going in here is slightly different, and we only want to do it if the type is pronunciation. If type is pronunciation, then we can push our segment items in. Our segment items are going to look a bit like that. Or perhaps we have a function here as well to wrap that. Function, build, segmented item, takes in an item, returns. Oh, items, yeah. Build segmented item. Build segment from a bunch of items. Yeah. Because then we need to map those items in. We're kind of discarding. That makes sense, I think. Segment stop push, build segment. Segment items. So now what this does is actually, this would actually probably reads easier than what this does. There's a lot more code going on here. And actually this does exactly the same. I mean, this is broken down to a couple of functions, sure, but we have our items and we have our segments. We loop through our content. We grab out the speaker. We store an array for the items of that speaker or of that segment. We loop through all of the... What was that noise? There was a noise and I don't know what it meant. Well, I don't know. Computer's making weird noises. Well, it was almost like an alert of some kind, but I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Where was he? We create an array for the amount of items of that segment. Then we loop through all of the words in that segment. If there's no marks, we skip it, continue on to the next loop. Otherwise, we build an item with that speaker and the word, and then we push that item into our items in whole. And then we also push that item into segment items, if the type is pronunciation. And then once we've done looping for all of the words in that segment, we then push that segment with the build segment, which then takes those items and gets the start and the end time and the speaker label. Like that. All of the pronunciation ones should have a start and end time. Also, what's better about this actually is you could have, like, each one of those utterances kind of is a segment, and so that does make more sense. And then it builds the segment off of that. And there is a map here, so it does have to loop through all of those items again. The only option there really would be to have build item return. To avoid this map, we could just return the data here. So I don't have to map it again. What I'm really getting rid of is the type and the alternatives. I could just do speaker label. Start time. Start time. And time is this item.end time. Those are the only things I actually need in the segment items, I think. We're not using anything else here. Speaker label, start time, end time. And then all of the items need to have speaker label, start time, end time. Actually, that's probably reduces the need to have that there. I can just items. Feels less valuable to have that there now. Could potentially just stick that. Go back there. Could potentially just stick this in here. Makes this for loop a bit too long. I kind of prefer the simplicity of that. Perhaps I could have like a function for build segment item, which takes an item and just returns this. And then these two bits of code are kind of closer together. You kind of see that it's just like, okay, well, we build the item like this. We push that item into segment item. And then that collection of those go put into segment items. Since these are all kind of just helper functions, I'm just going to stick them at the bottom of the file. And at the end of this function, we just return items and we return segments. Helpers. Okay. We refresh. Type is not defined. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Is that not what I was doing here? Alright. I'll const equals atters. Line 17. Type. Item dot type. That was fine. I think I prefer it like that format though anyway. It looks better. And then we'll new line. Utterance.content. Not iterable. What line? 11. This one. It's because it needs to be an empty array. Content equals utterance.content or an empty array. Because I've made an empty segment. What's going on here? This can't find speaker label when it's trying to build the segment. Oh, because obviously if there are no segments, then so it can only do this obviously if there is there is segment items. Do it. We're gonna quickly jump into that and just play at random with shuffle on. If segment items, well, there shouldn't be any. Hello, Master. Hey, how's it going? Thanks for checking out the stream. I'm good. How's yourself? Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Much better than yesterday. Yesterday I was struggling with a bit of an annoying bug in this code, so today's a good day. Today's a good day. I'm bugged. Yeah. Yeah, I had a weird one. It was so what I'm currently doing is I'm building a transcript editor, and it's built on top of TipTap, which is a kind of open source. Just wake up yourself, waiting on delivery. Cool. Hope you're getting something nice delivered. But yeah, this rich text editor had some challenges with it, but I'm getting there now. Reading underlines property 67. That's because I shouldn't be building the segment. Is more than 0, then we can put stuff in it. So now our segment, our second segment, which should be speaker 0. It looks like we're... Oh, of course, hello doesn't go into our segment. Got yourself a cheeky iPhone 14, nice. I'm still on the 11 Pro. It's proving pretty reliable for me, but yeah, new iPhone's always nice. We got lucky because my phone is on contract and we thought it was running out next year, but it ran out in June. Nice. Cheeky surprise iPhone, new iPhone. Should be within the hour. Nice. I always love unboxing something new. New tech tools, just always... There's something about it. So segment shouldn't move because there's no time information, so segments only have the time information. The items include the words, which is there. Just hello. I've had an iPhone XR for 2 years, it was fine, but I was after a new phone for ages. Yeah, I don't know where I don't need a new phone. Like, it's one of those things where I'm like, new iPhone, maybe. Don't need a new iPhone, but I forgot there's the 15 now as well, isn't there? I'm one of those people who always chases the new tech. Euphoria? Is that what is that a new? Is that a colour? What is Euphoria? Didn't realise that was a name of an iPhone. Okay, so I don't need the trunk while now. Kind of going with this approach. And tomorrow's a very special day for me. Doctor Who's back on TV. Is it tomorrow that Doctor Who's out? I've not been following, but I will be watching that. Did I see that they'd also done some Children in Need special or something the other day? Was Children in Need the other day? Was there a special or something? Yeah, I need to watch that as well at some point. Tomorrow evening. Surprised it's on a Saturday. It was usually on like Sundays. I can't remember when Doctor Who used to come out. Yeah, 5 minutes Children special. I think it's on Disney Plus for the rest of the world as well now, isn't it? Or will be once it comes out. The new Doctor Who. As far as I know, it's non-canon and just a bit fun. Oh, okay, cool. Canon's hard in Doctor Who. It's just one of those ever-growing, expanding universes. I feel like that's one of those areas where there's probably a lot of debate. I need to get this back up into the original format. So let's see the transcript editor controller. Yeah, it was a huge shock last year when David turned up. Yeah, I remember. I was shocked. I was like, I thought it was the guy out of Sex Education. I can't remember his name. That's annoying me. Yeah, I can't even pronounce the name. Nikuti? I'm looking forward to him being Doctor, though, at some point. But David Tennant is like he's the Doctor that I probably watched most. I think he's probably most people's like Doctor. So we do that. I'd seen the behind the scenes photo, so I knew David was in the 60th anniversary specials, but I didn't figure he'd been in front of. Yeah, exactly. Because sometimes they do, like, they have him show up, but they have had him show up occasionally with other Doctors as well, right? So it was like, oh, they're just doing something like that again. But no, he's the actual Doctor for the next couple of episodes at least. Do I need the original somehow? The BBC keep that well hidden, didn't they? Yeah, they did. They did. Must be really hard keeping stuff like that a secret as well. Transcription. David having to hold that secret too, yeah. Yeah, it reminds me of Tom Holland. Oh, he basically never keeps a secret. He can never keep a secret. Or Spider-Man spoilers. Stop data. So does that mean I have access to? Window.transcription equals this.transcription. Yeah, Tom Holland was so bad at keeping secrets. I watched a few of these interviews the other day where he just is like, oh. Or someone reminds him, he's like, you weren't supposed to say that. I found it funny that the cast members pretty. Yeah, exactly. They're all like, it's like, stop it. Okay, transcription.data is a thing I can access. It's not private. That's good.
All I heard about was all your love, wrapped in lies. Oh, showing off, pretending to be nice. All I heard about was
Website.
But you crossed the line. Oh, but I got no heartache, heartbreak, grief about you.
I mean, I've got the transcription object, so maybe I, now that I've got this, I pass it to the transcription object. Either that or I move these into here. My mates know I've not shut up about Doctor Who all week. I'm so ready for tomorrow. Good to be excited about it though. It's nice to see it still having a thriving like community and fan base. Because without that, I think these sort of things disappear over time usually. It ends up usually what's happening. But Doctor Who's had a really good run, so I hope it continues. Yeah, exactly 60 years.
Tell me how you feel is your regret. Wrapped in lies. Oh, 'cause I knew you were blue with mess. I fall again.
I remember the 50th. I was in the middle of my GCSEs. Where have I been? Yeah, probably like sixth form, first job or something. Yeah. No, not sixth form. It would have been first, like, yeah. 19, 20. So the purpose of this is that I can pass in a transcription, I can get content out, and it stores it in the data. I'll probably put that in there like that. Has channeled the 10th Doctor into the 14th. I haven't watched any of the. I haven't looked at any of the behind the scenes or backstory stuff, but yeah, that's pretty cool. I am really looking forward to that. Is it only? I think it's only 3 episodes, isn't it, or something like that? And is actually Donna's back as well? Is that something that I saw on a trailer? Doing CBeebies tonight, reading the story for the kids. That's cool. Oh, it's because it's now a hashtag. It's the only problem with using the hashtag is a private identifier. As the Doctor, that's cool. I assume the story that he's reading for the kids is like Doctor Who story or something. Although wasn't there a thing, something the other day of someone saying like Doctor Who's not a kids show or something? And one of the producers or directors or something of it say that. Yeah, a lot of people have said that. At a time it is a kid's show and at times it isn't. Yeah, it's one of those that's a bit... I think once you've had a show going for 60 years that probably started somewhat as a kid's show and then people have grown up with it, it's evolved. It's obviously had to stay current. It's a little bit like McDonald's. McDonald's, like, weird parallel I suppose, but I feel like McDonald's used to be a lot more tailored towards kids with like the clown and the parties and stuff, and now it's grown up with people, so it's become more mature. Not entirely exactly the same, but somewhat. There's some similarities there, I suppose. Like things that last a long time end up having to grow up a little bit, especially when they originally cater more towards kids. Um, I don't like what I've got going on here. I feel a bit weird about it. I've got like, I'm mixing paradigms of different like language styles. I've got like this class type approach here. I've got a kind of very functional or procedural type approach here. And then like this bit, which is a class as well. Yesterday morning, some Daleks invaded the 8 o'clock news. That's kind of cool. Was it the 60th yesterday? It was like the actual date yesterday for the 60th or something. Officially yesterday, yeah. I think I saw some stuff online. You used to know someone who's, I think, working on the, or has worked on the VFX stuff for the new stuff. Lady of the internet. On to the 70th now, where David will be back as the 47th Doctor. He seems to be coming back more and more frequently, so I would not be surprised. Well, he'll be getting on surely. Like, how old is he now? 54, yeah. Yeah, just every 10 years he comes back as Doctor Who. As the Doctor. This code is a mess, but I don't really want to spend too long working to try and solve it. What am I doing here? Need to set the data target value back. And I also don't really want to have to apply this again. So it probably does make sense to have like this dot transcription dot update with the data. Update content. And have kind of an update content in here. Update content takes in data. Private. To be fair, the man can say no if he's asked. He can. I feel like he can't help himself but say yes though. Like he's never. Why would you say no? I mean, I'm sure he's getting paid a pretty penny as well, but probably not. It's the BBC, but although that Disney Plus money surely must be worth something. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this code that I've just done here. And let's just stick it all in here. So we'll have perhaps we'll have a private convert content or like parse items, parse content. Data. Perhaps I can just do content there. I seem to have lost something here because this. I put something in there that says content is an empty array. Okay. Yeah, the budget of this thing has increased a lot after Disney. Yeah. I hope that doesn't affect the style of it though too much, because there is something quite quirky of like the constraint, I think, of the money and the kind of production of it. Obviously constrains it in a way that adds a special kind of unique style to it. Very different to any kind of American big budget TV show. Fast content, and then I guess we'll pull these helpers down as well.
Hold on, it's getting too much. So long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. Made it.
This dot hashtag build item, this dot hashtag build segment item.
Play with my emotions like it's all just a game to you. It's a game to you.
Data.content or an empty array. I don't really need the rest of the data stuff that's in there.
Hold on, it's getting
Um,
so long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. Made it.
Okay, so then once you've got those, I guess what we're really doing here is we've already passed this into data. So we have this dot data dot item equals items, and perhaps this dot data dot segments. Segments? Is that right? If I do that, it's result items, result speaker label segment. So it's this dot data dot results dot items and this dot data dot results dot speaker labels dot segments. And then I probably want this to update the speakers as well. So I probably need to add something in there for that. Speaker labels is an object. There is just the one channel. It's interesting though that it's got the channel label. Also have to regenerate the transcript, which is the full thing. So we can do that as well. Transcript, const transcripts. The string. Transcripts plus equals word.content, is that right? Build item will show us what it is, word.text. And then we can put transcripts in there as well. Console.log the transcript. I think that's because the context of this is a bit weird down there. Perhaps I can just do const self equals this. Did that work? Update content isn't a function. So this returns us that. Update. I think I'm using content like that. Assignment to a const variable, line 65 in transcription. Yeah, so that needs to be let because we are modifying that. So we add all of those words, and then whenever we finish that loop, not that loop, this loop, loops in loops, plus equals a space. Hello. This is a test. That might mean we have a double space sometimes, but that's fine. We can figure that out. Not a major issue. Cool, and then that means this dot results. I'm in my delivery time slot now. Should be within the hour. Exciting. I had some parcels from Amazon last week, I think it was, or earlier this week, one of the two. And it does the thing where it tells you, like, when you're 8 stops away and you can see, and it's like, it gets to that point and I've sat there like 8 stops and I keep refreshing the phone thinking like, they're gonna, like, where are they now? So I know what that feeling is. Checking this. So items is there, language code I'm not changing, language identification I'm not changing, the speaker labels I've done, the transcript is in here in an array of an object. Bit weird. But that means it's this dot data dot results dot transcripts 0 dot transcripts equals transcripts. Weird data structure, that one. Transcript is an array which has an object which is called transcript, which is the string. So that's in there. And then the only other thing is working on my speakers. 5 stops away from me. Nice. I always look at the distance. I'm like, they might be 5 stops, but like, are they like next door 5 stops, or are they like next town over 5 stops? What's the other bit I need to calculate? The tracker says currently is 70 other stops before me. Oh, had 75 stops. That's a lot of stops. I mean, those delivery workers are hustling it out there. It's a tough gig. Phone's been out there in the back of the van since 8 a.m. I want to set like JavaScript set unique values of any type, whether primitive values, object references. So I'm figuring that basically if I do like const set equals new set dot add bob bread, and then I can do like set dot length or count dot entries set dot what is it, size, the size of the set is 2. Yeah, I've also spent so much money this year. Got PS5 in May, laptop in July, Xbox Series X this month, a bunch of games, now a new iPhone. Oh man. PlayStation 5 and an Xbox Series X in the same year. I always do this thing where if I spend any money, then like the next like month after, I'm like, I can't spend any money now. Like, and then I'll make a big purchase, and then I'll be like, okay, there's like this like almost guilt, I suppose, associated with the purchase there. Both sides of the gaming world. Spider-Man 2 is brilliant. That is the problem. There are certain games that do look good and just are only available on the other platform. Console exclusives. I haven't played. Yeah, I've not gotten PlayStation, so I need to borrow someone. I'm not sure I can warrant purchase. First game I got to platinum. Nice. Is platinum like? I don't know much about PlayStation. I'm guessing platinum is the like the gamer score type thing. Speakers. Set. Oh, this is a bit weird. Content, and then I set the content again of the content of that. So perhaps I just call this like words. Not entirely true. Since it says word there, it kind of makes sense. Platinum is the award for all trophies. Oh, okay, yeah, cool. So trophies are like the gamer score, achievements, Xbox achievements, and then platinum is the game. All of them make sense. Speakers equals or speakers dot size. I wonder if just actually returning this set probably makes more sense there. We've added all of the speakers to the set. I've been chasing a PS5 for over a year. There were never any in stock anywhere. I feel like that's just generally been the thing with electronics for a while anyway. I don't know what I know there was a big problem with like video graphics cards for a long time. Partly because of demand, partly because of supply chain, partly because of all of the other stuff. Finally picked one up from Curry's, nice. This.data.results.speaker labels.speakers equals speakers.size. That's right, isn't it? Speakers, yeah. Log this.data. Yeah, my local curry store is selling PS5s. Gold dust. Now when I type that in and go in here, the results, I should have word hello. That's the word that's in there. BRB, no worries. Got the word hello in there. And then we'll add, check the speaker labels. We've got speakers 8. I wonder if I can find like speaker 7. Is that the first time speaker 7 appears? Like if I change that to speaker 6 and change that to speaker 6. Still got 8 speakers. Speaker 6. Speaker 6. Speaker 6. I think that will be the first time. Yeah, that's speaker 6 there. Still 8. Oh no, that's that one. This one. 7. So we've lost a speaker, and that's because I got rid of all of the speakers that were in there, which means now that once I do the update and process all that round, it will be in there. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. This one doesn't have, because it's now updated the data, this one hasn't quite updated yet. If I changed it, then it's lost speaker 7. Nice. Okay, cool. So I do all of that, and then in our transcription editor, once updating all of the content, the next thing I want to do is the reverse of, well, I guess, where is it? This dot content. Well, the transcription grabs it from the new data target value. So I should be able to at this point go this dot data target dot value equals. Shall we bring back Copilot? Self.data, that's not entirely true. Why are we doing, oh, self's from up there, yeah. Self.data transcription data. Update content, I believe, actually takes data.content, although it was working fine, so maybe not. Does that there? Okay, that now saves that into there. There it should anyway. So if I do line, cannot set properties of undefined setting value. It's got to be self, isn't it? So now if I look at the elements, inspect, this value that's in this hidden input will change. So I've deleted everything. What is going on there? Why is there a load of data still there? That shouldn't necessarily be there because I've just deleted everything. So what are we still seeing in there? Transcript? I thought I was changing the transcript. Is that not that? Oh, it's because it's S is there. It shouldn't. It should have been the transcript of transcripts. Delete, and then we'll see what's in here. Obviously, language identification we've not changed. Items is empty now. Segments is empty. Transcript is just a space. I look at the inspect element. That's now gone. Press Command Z, it's all coming back. Hello, world. Is test. This is all going to be speaker 0 now because there are no other speakers. I think the next thing here would be to create a save. Like, I think if I can now save this to a database, it means I can make changes to it. So this convert tip tap to describe is deaded now. Useless. This has gotten a bit long. But I do kind of like how this is shaping up. I wonder if actually up here what I should do is just do... there's a couple of things I should probably do here. One of them is the on update. I should have a update data. What do I want to call this? What am I doing? Save. Save. On update save. I think that makes sense. And then we're gonna... Or maybe persist. Save value. Update input value. Update. What is it actually doing? It's updating. Update input value. Yeah, I suppose that's probably what we do. This can then become this. This. I'm just tidying up this function here, which means on update. Everything we want to do here is grab the editor. On update is this dot update input value dot bind this, just so that that maintains that. The other thing I think I want to do up here is before I initialize the editor, what I want to do is just set the transcription. This dot transcription equals new transcription. And I don't need this then, which means I don't need to call that. That can just be that. Transcription.speakers. It's here. Nice. Nice. Exciting. What's your approach to opening packaging? Are you someone who like carefully peels back each layer, preserving its like crispness? Or are you someone who's just like, let me get in it as quick as possible, Casey Neistat style, rip into the thing? Yeah, exactly. Nice. I feel like I probably lean towards more like carefully like peeling back each thing, but accepting that there's probably going to be a tear or two in the packaging at some point. That can go, that can go. That's tidied things up a bit. Oh, the content here can be this.transcription.content. BRB again. No worries. No worries. That looks cleaner. So whenever the controller connects, we initialize a new transcription based on the target's value. I feel like I should probably be doing the JSON parsing there. JSON.parse. Do I need to do that if... no, I do, because this is a target, not a value. If I was using... Just find that wire, not that one, hot wired. If I was using... What was it called? Values. Then it would be different. But I'm using targets because I'm having it saved in a input. Fine. Ban. So I'm going to JSON parse that, and then I'm going to JSON stringify it when I save it back. That's how that's working. Which means I just, in here, I can just do the data comes in, and I save the data because this is doing the JSON parsing. Otherwise, it might make sense to not do the JSON parsing here. So we create our new transcription with the data from the data target value. We create a new editor. I don't think we need access to anymore, so I'm just going to get rid of that. Is there anything about when the editor should be uninitialized, unloaded? Probably not. The editor gets put there. We have the element, which is the tip-tap target. That has the document, utterance node, word mark, text, and history extensions on it. Then we access the content through the transcription, and then we access the speakers. We pass that as a function down, so we can use it elsewhere. And then we also update input value, bind it to this. That gets the editor JSON, updates the content in the transcription, and then saves that back to the input. Our transcriptions, where we're kind of dealing with a lot of the data. I wonder about converting this into a bit more of a similar format. Pass tip tap content. Pass tip tap content. The takes in content gets you out transcripts, items, segments, speakers. I guess this really is like generate the tip tap content, but okay. I've broken something. What did I break? I've broken all the things, apparently. It can't have been just because of that. Error connecting controller cannot read property. So it's struggling to get the speakers. Reading results. Oh, it needs to be bound, because otherwise it gets called with the wrong dot bind this dot transcription. That's a bit weird. I kind of don't like having to do that. I hate the bindings. But makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, and then we can get rid of the word node because we're not using that in the end. We are using chunk while. I wonder if I can rewrite this in a different way. Because this is like loop over the entire array of items, then loop over the entire array of items again, and then loop over the entire array of items again. So it's an O of 3n, is that right? Oh, and then we reduce it, all of the words. So we chunk them up, and then we loop over each chunk. And then in each chunk we loop. I guess that's 2n. What does map word do? It turns it into a word. Makes sense. That makes sense. Perhaps I could make that build word just for consistency of the other functions that are going on in there. And then that could perhaps be build utterance if I really wanted it to be. What would this look like if I did it in a similar format to what I've done the other ones? Let's just comment that out for a second, and we'll rebuild this in a new format. Not a new format. But, we'll do for const. That's not a thing. Item of this.data.results.items. For each of the items, we'll have like let current speaker equals. Guess it makes sense to grab the first item. There might be a case where there isn't a current speaker though, so perhaps we have it like there is no current speaker. The item speaker label is not equal to the current speaker, then the current speaker becomes the current speaker. What do we want to do here though? Because what we're trying to do is chunk them up. So I kind of need to do all of the chunking logic, I suppose, here. Utterances. Let content equals an empty string. I guess what we're really doing here is we're going to build up our content string and we're going to return it. We've got our content string. Let current utterance is an empty string. So we're looping over every item, and as soon as the current item is not equal to the current speaker, we need to take whatever's in current utterance and add it to content. So content plus equals current utterance. We change the speaker, the current speaker, and we set the current utterance to that current speaker. Like we open the tag. The other thing that we need to do here as well is close the utterance tag. And the other thing that we need to do is we need to continue. We don't want to do anything else at this point. That makes sense. So we've updated our content. This is the only time we're going to update our content. I only want to do that though if it's not the first. Perhaps the utterance tag here becomes an empty string again. What I do here actually is content plus equals that. And actually the current speaker can just be current speaker and the current utterance. We add that in. Then we change the speaker to the new speaker. And then we set the current utterance to an empty string. Then we're going to set the current utterance to build the word. The item here, is that right? Yeah. We're gonna get current content. Is that utterance words.reduce? Yeah, so what I'm doing here is adding a space after. So if the type is punctuation, current utterance plus equals content. Where did content come from? The build word, like the build word, which takes a word and for some reason there's a unreachable code detected. It's because that needs to go there. No, there. All of this is unreachable. Why? Why is this all unreachable? Because of that, right? Yeah, okay, fine. Full Wall, how's it going? Thanks for joining the stream. Jedi Master, new phone's been set up. Nice. Congratulations. Enjoy. Hope you enjoy your new phone. Oh, how's it going? What have I done here? What have I done? I've broken it all. Oh, it's because I've not closed this if condition yet. Is that right? I couldn't tell the phone screen is a lot clearer than the 10. Yeah, we'll have build word. Build word takes a word which has the content, the confidence from the alternatives. Fine. So build word is kind of what I want here. We'll do const content equals word. Well, perhaps we'll just do word. We're building a word, we should return a word from that item. We'll just add the word if it's punctuation. Bit weird that one, but else. What was we doing down here? We kind of do a space, and then if it's, I'm a bit confused about this utterance being. Oh, it's because it's no content. Because you don't want a space if it's the first word. Const is first word. The first word or the item type is punctuation, add the word. Otherwise, current utterance plus equals space and then the word. So we'll do that, and I believe that's probably it. I don't need to do a join. The speaker's set here. The word is created here. There is a bit of logic, I suppose, to the creation of the word, so that's in there. Don't need two spaces. We have an empty it doesn't want to do this for the first one. It doesn't make sense for the first one. So the current speaker needs to be or null, which it can be if I do speaker 0. Is it question mark here to make that work? No, it doesn't like that. I don't know if that's the optional chaining syntax JavaScript. Is it optional chaining? Dog name? Yeah. Oh, I have to do the question mark. That looks ugly, but that is what it is. if 0 exists, then access the speaker label, otherwise don't. Looks weird. Installing my apps now. What's your like go-to apps? What's I feel like home screens are probably an interesting Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, the 3 main ones. Nice. Yeah, Twitter's probably one of mine. I mean, my home screen is my home screen is Safari, ChatGPT, Todoist, Cron as my calendar, X, Twitter, Reader from Readwise, Kindle, Logseg, Canberra, a folder of miscellaneous messaging apps because, you know, a miscellaneous folder of utility apps, and then a Basecamp as well, and then I've got widgets on the screen as well. Was there anything on there that's yeah, that looks like that. There's anything that's sensitive. Oh, accidentally knocked a button. That could have been dangerous if I knocked my stream deck and knocked the stream off. It's still running, isn't it? Yeah. Cool. What was I doing? I was having a problem here where I don't want to do this for the first one, but I solved that by doing this. Now when I refresh, it should work. I'm not such a TikTok fan. I need to try it out at some point properly, but yeah, I've just never really got into it. Sweet. Okay, cool. That is actually less lines of code than what it was before. It's less loops, more performant.
Thought I told you I can't find the words, nothing makes sense. Thought I told you I've been trying to reach over the fence. I try even when I shut down. All I want is to give.
I feel like I could do this space in the string down here, like that. And then, although I guess I can trim here, removes the leading and trailing white space, and so actually I've just simplified that code there, because that adding that trim and just having the space always there means that I don't need to worry about if it's the first word. I just need to build the word and then add it into the current utterance. I might as well just do that. That space there separates each word that gets added together. A bit weird, but it makes it easier. The punctuation doesn't have a space, and therefore you don't have that problem. And then the trim makes sure that the beginning of the utterance and the end of the utterance doesn't have spaces at the end. It shouldn't be there. And that should make that work cleaner. Pretty clean actually. Works pretty well. And then works out the speakers from the result speaker label speakers, and then works out the length of the array. Returns array from... Okay, and then this actually returns the list of actual speaker IDs. That's fine. We're not using chunk while anymore. We managed to get rid of that from our code. We're kind of following the same loop there, but we can delete that. Kind of simplifying some of this. We've got our transcript editor, which loads up TipTap, and our transcription model passes in the data, passed in from the input. We've got our transcription node, our utterance node, which is part of the TipTap, an custom extension we've built. We've got our word mark, the custom extension we've built for marking up our data and our words. We've got our transcription model, which takes in the JSON, spits out a HTML-sized blob of content that can be parsed by TipTap, and then we get JSON out of TipTap and we put that back into the data, and then we can persist that. And then our transcription HTML shows the transcription editor with that JSON data stored in here. And then we show the TipTap. And our import map has all the TipTap stuff. I think that's looking pretty good. What I want to do now is be able to save that data. Do I do autosave or do I just do a manual save? I think for now we'll do a manual save. And so perhaps we do kind of take one of these forms. Underscore form.html.erb. Transcription. Not sure why I'm adding stuff there. Transcription. What are you doing? Something weird's going on. Every time I paste the word transcription, adds a new line. I got some sort of custom formatting going on and it's weird. Doing weird things. So we've got our transcription. We're not going to show that. We're going to have a form hidden field for our data. That doesn't need a cluster. Form submit. Data controller transcription editor. Our transcription editor target needs to be on here as well. So this needs our data transcription editor target for data. I think that's right. And then our div with our TipTap target. And then the edit on that is just like render the form with a meeting. Render the form with the transcription. That's annoying. I don't know what is going on there. formatting. We use prettier, but then the ERB we use the VS Code ERB Beautify, and whatever that's doing, it's doing annoying things whenever I paste. And perhaps I could just add something in here, not format on paste. Editor.format on paste, and not save, paste. And then it should, whatever I was doing that, I guess the thing I was doing here was like this one. Okay. That works nicer now. That's not annoying. If I want it to format, I can just save. We're going to render the form, the transcription, and we're going to pass transcription in. We don't need to do the app because it's already in there as that type. Model with model transcription. Form with model recording. Don't know what that's about. Not touched that. Have I? I've touched this, which basically said, okay, we're not going to render transcription entries anymore. We're going to render a form and pass in transcription. And then I've created a new form in that transcription that should mock render that. So why? I get the feeling it's trying to render the recordings rather than the form here. So guess I could go transcription / form. Undefined method transcription path. I mean, that makes sense. Probably don't have a path for editing transcription right now, so let's go in our roots. We'll save. Create, show, update. Because it's not just that, right? Because it's like, because it's nested in meetings, recordings, transcriptions. What it actually is like similar, more similar to the form for recordings, where we have to do all of that. And it's kind of annoying. Transcription dot recording dot meeting and transcription dot recording, and then transcription itself. Unexpected token J. Yeah, fine. Hidden field data. Well, it's because it needs to turn that into JSON before it sticks it in there. Let's see what GPT thinks about that. Rails form with hidden field as JSON, like. What does it say? Don't ask me questions. It's JSON data stored in a column in that model. I want it in the hidden field my rich text editor will then the field's value by JS. Yeah, get all of that bit. I've done 95%. I just need you to answer a question that I've got. Here's an example of how you might implement this. Okay, so I mean, what if I want to use form.hidden field? I don't want to use hidden field tag. I mean, I could. Yeah, fine. Virtual attribute. I don't want to create a virtual attribute. Don't make me do that. I already have a JSON data column. Rails. Fields 4. Field. Nice. See. I mean, I can just set the value. I suppose that's really what I just need to do. I just need to say, okay, well, the value is actually transcription.data.toJSON. Is that what was there before? I guess that's what was not there. Well, they're probably there. What's this? Transcriptions form. This one. What was this before? It was doing JSON.generate. ToJSON makes sense though. That's possible. Yeah. Cool. Beautiful. Update. The action update could not be found. No, it couldn't. I've not done it yet. Okay. Let's do transcription, not the model, transcription controller. Empty. It's not empty. I've got stuff to do. What have I got to do? We're going to set that to show and update. I'm going to set it there. I don't need to private again. Def transaction params. Not status. I'm actually going to permit data. I guess what I'm saying in here is we have this value transcription data. needs to be mapped back to from JSON. Rails model serialize JSON data column. Like I need to. There is something I think around serialization where if there's a column. Not the entire model. Just the column. Then you can basically just do what about serialized data JSON? Okay, fine. It believes it's going to sort it. I reckon it might do it automatically because we said it's a JSON column. Like the schema says it's JSON, so I don't know if we actually need to add that in there. I guess we'll see, right? Let's maybe go here. I guess we could go to all the meetings. Find a meeting. What am I doing? I've got this. Perhaps one of the things I could do is Rails C transcription generator dot suppress do, and then inside of here one of the things I want to do is create a new transcription dot new where the recording is recording dot last, which should be this should be the last recording, but perhaps we want to check that somehow. So let's do Rails C again and just do recording.last. The meeting ID is 14, so we can safely assume that the last recording is the one we're seeing here. And then the status is pending. Pending dispatch. End. So that should create it, and it shouldn't send it off for AWS to transcribe, because and when I refresh, it's not there. Transcription. It created it, but it didn't actually save it, right? Which was the create the new one and then save it. That's this pending dispatch. But it won't have, if I'm correct, it won't have gone into AWS. to do that. I just have to log into AWS off screen for a second. Okay. No, why have you gone over there? There. Right. Amazon transcribe. Yep, 13th was the last one that was added in there. So like our suppression that we did in a couple of streams ago has worked there. That's nice. How do we decide what to show? So at the moment we're showing status, but then we're not showing the form. Or are we showing the form? The form is there. But it's got empty results, so one of the things I'll need to do is update the transcription JS just to cope with null data. If any of those are null, then don't worry. Either that or it's an empty object which has results, which has items. I kind of need to make sure that some of this other stuff exists now. Speaker, labels, and transcripts. Speaker, labels, transcripts, which has an object which is called transcript. Okay, all those things now exist. And actually that means these things should also not need to be there. We can get rid of those because they're kind of annoying. They should be there. That one does need to be there. I guess technically there's 0 speakers, but you know. There should be at least one. Speaker label. I guess there's 0. Where's this line 21? There are no items, so I don't... Like, items is an empty array. And then when I look in here, or if I just Command A, Command V, or that's not that, is it? That's something else. Are we in a form? Because oh, that's a form down there for deleting the recording. That's not the form we're in. This is the form we're in. That's the data. That's the button. But update the button. Seem to fail. If we go, no, not there. We go transcription dot last and data equal, like, has to t equals transcription last. T dot data equals JSON dot parse t dot data t dot save, and then if I refresh, kind of closer. Something Not quite right there. Hey ho, hey ho. Perhaps I do therefore need thing that I add that there and that there. And then I can add that there. Serialized data JSON. Can I just do that then? T.data equals JSON.parse string generate from T.data T. Reload T. T equals transcription, not trace point, transcription.last. There we go. Column data of type active record type JSON does not support serialize feature. That usually means you're trying to serialize on a column that already implements serialization natively. If it supported it natively, it probably is actually, because it's passing in. Fine, whatevs, mate. Whatever, mate. I don't need it because, as I thought, it does it natively. The problem is that when you're storing a string, that is also valid JSON. So how does it know? It means that the transcription controller is going to have to do something to put it back into, or something somewhere is going to have to put it back. Serialize doesn't work for me because because it uses the JSON column which implements serialization natively. Let's say your model has it does. We do. It's not. Yeah, but it's not. If it's stored as to, if it's stores and returns JSON, then why do I need to JSON? Like, I guess that's a bit weird, a bit redundant. You're right. I think I'm storing stuff in there as and actually I should just be passing the string. Because if I... So at the moment I'm storing JSON in here, right? And it's like, hey, this is weird. It's not right. Error. Can't read it. It's like, what's going on? What's going on? Form. And it's kind of got quotes around it all. Because I'm too JSONifying the already, I'm doing it twice. So really the form there doesn't need to do that, is the idea. And then it will work. And now if I do some stuff and then update. Update Word, alternatives, confidence. Well, Word isn't a thing, right? So that's the other part of this. This one needs to be JSON, the other one doesn't. But I guess if I go into create a new tab here, do Rails C transcription.all. Oops. Find 7. The 7 is probably the one that's in there. So if I set T equals transcription 7 find. I'm not going to spin it out. No, it's fine. T.data equals T.data.toJSON. T.save. T. And then when I refresh this, it will load up properly. And then in here, I can go in and paste. I should be able to click update, but then it does something weird. The transcriptions controller update. Let's just, not that, in here, do some new lines. We'll just do hello, update. Now what did this say? Update the data. So there's the word hello there. Commit. Found, redirect, load. And so in here, well not in there, but in here, should say the word hello. It does. This is content. Did I get something wrong with the format? Results, items, alternatives, content. I can only believe it's because of the punctuation bit. So let's just check where it's in there. So our transcript loads our transcript model. Our transcript model is here. We loop through here. And we don't really care. Right. And if I show this one, results, items, 0, word, alternatives, content, confidence, 1. There's no speaker label though. That'd be a problem. I suppose I'm not throwing an error, but I suppose I did set a default, so the mark. There is default in here. Let's set default of the, not that one. Not print stuff, that's weird. This one couldn't be speaker 0 as the default. Hello? Hello? Testing. Okay, well that's got speaker now. They both have type word, which obviously could still be a problem. Hello, test. Transcript needs trimming. I need to see what's going on with this. Grabs the first speaker label and it spits out that. It doesn't make sense. Let's do window.transcription equals transcription. Let's just do results equals. That's not right. I was meant to be data, but sure. Clear. Data equals that, and then we can call transcription.new with the data. New Ruby data const t equals that t dot content. T dot speakers. Gets your speaker 0. That's fine. T t.content. The t.content just returns an empty string. Bit weird. Results items. t.data.results.items. Well, there's stuff there. It should be looping through those. I'm confused. I'm going to need to BRB as well. Feedback. Right. Feedback. I'm back. I can't do the numpad 0 thing again, can I? Can I zoom? That works. I'm back. I'm back. Back, man. Sweet. Okay, cool. So where was we? We were trying to work out why content isn't giving us any data. Now we know that there's data in here, and we know it's supposed to be doing this. So we know that there's 2 items. So console.log item. I guess, like, we should see 2 items, and we should also see the content, and we should also see the current utterance. start, end, undefined. Exactly. There's the word. Oh, hang on. We always miss the last. If current utterance. We need to add it in to the content. Whatever the last thing was, we need to make sure we say it. Which is why that was not working. Testing. Also, it seems to, whenever I save this, it merges them all back into one. And that's because the chunking is done by the same speaker. I'd have to add a new speaker to be able to do that. Which is why it was always going a bit weird. If I now go in and, well, even come to think of it, even when I like copied and pasted across from like meeting, I don't even know what number it is, but like this meeting 13. All right, when it finishes, that was a mistake. Shouldn't be console logging in the middle of that. There we go. So if I copy all of this and then go back to here and paste it all in, it's all speaker 1, speaker 0. Speaker doesn't carry across, annoyingly, and I don't know why. It probably ought to. But I'm also not rendering the speaker in the HTML, right? So... Also, interestingly, all of the words have lost their... copying is another pain in the arse part at some point that I need to deal with. Let's just go add a new window here. We'll open Rails C. I think what we'll do... LT is transcription... last, and pt is transcription dot find, was it 7? So then we can basically say that the lt.data equals the pt.data, and then the lt.save is the plan. And then when I refresh this one, it has the same transcription. I can go in here, change it to speaker 3. Hello world. Update transcription. Yeah. I change it to speaker 4, scroll all the way to the bottom, update the transcription. The page reloads, I can't really tell. Speaker 4, refresh. Nice. I decide to delete that and then save. Hey, JRM Codes, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day. Don't like have to scroll all the way up and down. I need to build a UI around this now soon. Need to improve the UI. But we do have saving working. We have the form. I wonder if I should have... I don't know. Let's see what I've got going on in changes, and then I think I'm going to commit what I've got. We've added our update method and our params. We can save it. One of the things we've done, because we've done that, we probably need to check our result. This what saves it? Yeah. that data to JSON. Hey, how's it going? We save it now. What does this app do? So I'm working on a app that will allow you to upload a audio recording or a video recording of a meeting and then turn that into minutes. And so the first step in that process is to first transcribe it. And we're going to use, once we've got the transcription, we're going to pass that on to ChatGPT and do some AI stuff to generate some minutes from that transcript. So at the moment what I've got is you can go in, you can create a meeting, you can upload an audio or video file of that meeting. Actually at the moment it's probably limited to audio, but I'll be adding video at some point. And then once you've uploaded that, it will then send it off to Amazon Web Services to transcribe it. And what you get is all of this transcription. The transcription's pretty good, but it's not quite perfect. There's a few places like this where you can see it's kind of, we made it. Like you can, just by looking at this, you can tell that actually it probably should have been said by speaker 1 and cheers should have been spoken by speaker 2. So we can kind of go in here and tidy that up and do whatever we need to do in order to fix the transcription, give a read through. And I want to kind of build a bit of an editor around that that's quite nice. So you'll be able to listen to the audio and have it highlight the words as they're being spoken. And then also, if you double click on a word, use that to skip. So there's a few things that I want to make there with that experience work quite nicely. Once you've done all of that, we'll send it all off to ChatGPT to generate the minutes. The other bit that I want to do in here as well is add the ability to add markers in the kind of transcript as well to say when we start talking about certain agenda topics, because I think I'll use those markers to kind of divide the whole transcript down and just send chunks off to OpenAI. But yeah, it's kind of the where we're at and what we're up to with it. Not spent too long on it yet so far. We probably should do a tally up actually on kind of time. My guess would probably be we're about maybe 20 hours in. We're on day 9 and we've done about probably average 3 hours, so maybe 27. 27 hours. Almost like a week's worth of work, I suppose, if it was like full time. We're using TipTap as our kind of engine for the rich text editing, and that's taken up a lot of time. But generally, any rich text editing experience is gonna take a chunk of time out. I think every time I do stuff with rich text editing, I'm like, this is the last time I touch any type of rich text editing, and then I go ahead and start building a new app which involves rich text editing. But this has been simpler than some of the apps I've worked on in the past in that regard. Let's close down some of this stuff. So yeah, whenever we save that, we're doing that there. I don't think we need to create these entries anymore. Yeah, just do that. I don't think I need to parse it anymore. This is really cool. I had a similar idea a while back, mainly for audio podcasts to be converted to video with speakers as characters and text displayed below the characters, hearing impaired. That's pretty cool. I could see that like being quite a good possibility. I think the core of it really is the transcript editor, so I'm gonna build that out, and I feel like that could be the core of something else at some point. Maybe I'll open source it or something. the actual transcript editor part. But yeah, I could see that working pretty well actually with like Gen AI. You almost, yeah, already more than halfway there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, like my use case for this with the minutes is because I am on a committee of an aero club, and we have monthly committee meetings where I then have to write the minutes. And I'm a developer, I'm an engineer, product builder, whatever I want to call myself, and I'm lazy. Is the truth. I don't necessarily want to be writing those minutes up. I don't mind editing minutes, so I can get a tool to build a tool to get me 95% of the way there. I'll use the tool to get me 95% of the way there, edit the final minutes, make sure they're all actually true and accurate to what happened in the meeting, and then submit those. So that's the plan anyway. That's what we're kind of trying to do here. I'm going to change that because I don't need to parse the JSON and I don't actually need to do anything with that. I'm literally just saving it. And then this result, I guess, continue doing what it's doing because we're not calling it anymore. The status does need setting. Oh, it's set there. We might use this code for something else at some point, but for now that can be there. So yeah, we've got our controller, we added our update, we've swapped some stuff around now, we're actually just using JSON. We don't need to... My previous version of this, the file comes from S3, and then I process it and put it up into separate different models and objects in the database. So I had like a database of results and stuff. I'm now just storing that in the big blob of JSON. That's much easier for interacting with the TipTap editor, which is this file. This is our TipTap editor getting initialized by stimulus through JavaScript. Then that has a TipTap extension for the node, for the utterance, the words. They all have their own word marks in there. I probably need to do a paste rule that does similar thing for that at some point. That all gets put into there. And then we've commented that out because we're not doing that anymore. Although to be fair, I'm not calling this, so I just leave it as it is and I'll come back and... but it does need to call .toJSON because we need to store it as JSON in there. Our form, our transcription, our import map and our roots. Cool, I'm happy with those. Are you I was going to ask if you're a coder developer, but it's kind of in your name. So what kind of stuff do you do? What kind of coding do you do? We're going to, what was we doing here? Added the ability to edit the transcript. Add ability to edit the transcript. Yes, mostly Python and JavaScript, mate. I've got a little bit of experience with Python, but not much. But I find actually Ruby and Python have a lot of similarities as well. I know they're very different, but there's also some similarities. Push that up. Python's better, yeah. I didn't mean to... What on here? I didn't mean to do that. I'm enjoying Ruby. My bread and butter has been JavaScript. I've done JavaScript for like the last 10 years probably, at least. I've always been doing just some version of JavaScript actually in the last 15 years, but primarily JavaScript, server-side and client-side, full stack. I've done professionally, I suppose, for the last 10 years. And Ruby I've been doing for the last maybe year or like 2 years. I started streaming regularly from like a week back. Yeah, I've been going for a couple of weeks. And then I had to take a week out because I got hit by the old COVID, still going around apparently. And yeah, I'll have to check your stream out. Give you a follow. I'll check your stream out at some point. Are you working on have you got a specific project you're working on, or are you just kind of, yeah, what are you streaming? My mind's gone blank there. Currently finishing an Astro.js theme. Nice. I've not done much with Astro.js. It feels like everybody's talking about Astro.js. Astro.js and HTMX seem to be the... Not sure those two are... They're completely different ends of the spectrum there, but they're both the ones I see a lot on Twitter at the moment. My UI here is looking a little bit chaotic. I think I need to probably get it under control. Yes, you're right, they're getting some attention. This chaotic cluster of buttons is a mess down here. I need to spend some time on design, I think. Flow, perhaps. Can you try this? What have we got here? Classless. Doesn't seem to, unless, oh, it's because the quote on the end. Sure. Yeah. I'm just going to just add it in here. Link rel equals style sheet href. What I'm doing like that, it should be style tag. What am I doing? How do you know it is link rel style sheet, isn't it like that? Oh, I see, it's applied to style. That's quite cool. Yeah. I mean, I haven't really spent much time on tidying it all up, but my CSS setup's actually quite interesting. That's probably something worth digging into at some point. So I follow the thing that I'm using for my CSS, all the kind of stuff that I'm following. I just haven't spent time on it, which is why it's a bit chaotic, but I follow this cube CSS methodology. Use data theme equals dark. Yeah, I need to try that. Let's actually add the, just do it in the actual application, which might be, can I just do it with the style sheet link tag? Something like that? Yeah. And then, what did you say? You said to add data theme equals dark. on the HTML tag. Data theme equals dark. Quite nice. It's quite cool. Obviously, the editor isn't set up for it like that. Quite cool. That's not bad actually for like, I mean, it doesn't quite work well with what I've got there at the moment, but for throwing something together, that's quite nice. Do you want to test it? You can use whatever you want. Sure. Yeah, it's interesting to see Pico. I think I've heard of Pico. CSS. Minimal CSS framework for semantic HTML without classes in dark mode automatically enabled. Yeah, so it's just kind of, if you're just following standard HTML, then you can get something that's pretty nicely set up. Bulky, great. So I probably have something that's maybe in the middle, is the plan for like my approach to CSS. As I said, I follow kind of some of the ideas that's in that cube CSS. Cube stands for composition, utility, block, and exception. So it does make use of utility classes, and I do use Tailwind as the kind of engine for those utility classes, but I avoid CSS that starts to look a little bit much like this, because as soon as you start to get something like this, what I instead prefer to use is a block. And actually, before either of those, generally what I'm doing is composition. So I have a bunch of utility composition classes that set up a lot of things. So when I look in my style sheets folder, which is an asset style sheets, or you can use apply with Tailwind, you can, but I have a fairly not that one. So I use a different reset and a bunch of other stuff. I have it, my config for Tailwind has a lot going on. And so all of my design tokens are in JSON files. So I've got kind of colors are in here. So I can define my own color scheme through that. And then all of my design tokens, my spacing is all done through, there's like a max and a min. So all of the spacing also is, what do you call it? Fluid. Utopia. So it's all kind of based on this, where like type and space adjust its size based on the size of the viewport. There's a bunch of stuff going on that all kind of layered on top of each other. But all of those tokens get passed into the theme config. And then I also have some plugins that I've got for Tailwind that exposes those those properties, those tokens as CSS variables. So they will get injected into my CSS. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So then what I have in my CSS is, I'm probably not doing a great job of explaining of this, but my application Tailwind, or my application CSS, I need to tie this up. I shouldn't have two, there should just be one file, but I have a custom reset, which is Andy, who wrote this stuff, modern reset CSS, Andy Bell. So I'm using his CSS reset. He goes through it. He's got a really long blog post about like, the different things that are in there. I find it quite useful. And then global CSS. Basically with Cube, what you're doing is setting a really good set of base CSS. So I'm styling the body, I guess a little bit like the Pico thing that you linked. That's probably why it worked fairly well with what I've got. You can set these base kind of styles And most of your styling you can do through this. And again, you'll note here I'm using my CSS variables. These are coming from Tailwind, through Tailwind, I should say. Got my design tokens, JSON files. The Tailwind config reads those, makes them all available here as CSS variables. So my spacing, my colors, my sizes of font and stuff like that, all available in there. And then I have composition. So I have utility, like composition classes. So I've got cluster, hover, flow, and these all deal with how elements should be composed together on the page. And then I haven't really done much blocks yet. I've done the button block, which is just regular CSS. Obviously this would look pretty intense if I had this as Tailwind. What would it be? I guess I'd have like got inline. I guess the class would be let's do comment, be like inline cursor pointer or something. Oh, is it doing it? So I'd have something that looks like that, and then I'd have to work out what I'm going to do with the data destructive bit. I guess I could do that with Tailwind. And that's pretty long, and I have lots of buttons that all should look the same. Well, I can just write regular CSS. I don't need to do that. The thing, but that whole Tailwind config actually comes from this website, which I definitely recommend checking out. This is kind of the combination. This is was part of a talk that I think Andy did, where he talked about these different technologies and putting them all together. So Cube CSS Utopia, and then every layout, which I believe they have a Black Friday sale on at the moment, but they have these are kind of the composition classes that I generally follow. Sometimes I make my own. But they kind of talk about a specific problem, and then there will be some CSS about how to solve that problem and stuff like that. I think this was, yeah, sidebars. This is a really cool kind of sidebar thing. Actually, I can show you Finland ls cd fact statamic. Yes. PHP artisan serve, and then npm. I don't need to do that. cd fact statamic. Always. npm run dev, is it? Yeah, fine. So this apparently is all broken. Am I conflicted on the ports? No. Apparently I can't show you this because I've broken something at some point. Oh, what have I done here? This shouldn't be broken. I need to work on this project at some point. All the pages are gone. Why? What? We didn't need to do artisan serve again. I need to do. Why are all my pages gone? Okay, now pages are loading, but it's lost the pages. CD content, unless CD. I'm very confused. I wanted to show you a project that I'd been working on that was a bit more styled and designed up and makes use of this approach, but I don't know why it's completely broken.
Listen to me
speak, but just say what you want. What words will you keep? The ones that cause us harm. You assume the worst.
The blueprints are there, and then
Because you caused it first, and now we've come undone.
collections pages. All of the content should be there as well.
Lose our minds, sending us before we try. Fed up, we'll try to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try?
I don't understand what's broken here. It's very broken. It's fine. You can show it next stream. Carry on with transcript out. Yeah, it's bothering me now. I need to go and fix that at some point. But one of the nice of it, like, I mean, this page shows what I kind of wanted to show as well, but this page has no breakpoints, and you can, it works pretty well on mobile, just as it does on desktop, but there's no breakpoints. So everything's done through those classes in a way that's more responsive as well. There's a whole bunch of ideas in here, and I feel like there's a lot of stuff that we can learn from it. So let's see. Refresh. I haven't modified anything here. Why? Oh, it's because it's decided that that should be formatted differently. What's changing here? That's because the format of that, and that's because I added a white space. Delete the white space. Oh, there were some spaces there, and now they're gone. I don't need to do that. Just discard those. Yeah, that website's using clamp function. Yeah, exactly. It's not just the clamp function. If I go to every layout, stuff like the sidebar, which is one of the composition classes, has some special tricks that it talks about, like this. When you understand flex basis and flex grow, this makes a lot of sense, but it looks weird when you look at it. What this allows you to do is create a interface that once you reach a minimum width on your content, it snaps and changes the sidebar into a column. And the way this works is that your parent has the width sidebar class, got display flex with flex wrap on it. And there's a gap so you get your spacing correct. The sidebar itself has a flex basis of 20 rem, and it grows, flex grow set to 1. The flex basis of the thing that's not a sidebar is 0, but its flex grow is like disproportionately huge compared to the flex grow of the sidebar, which means when they're next to each other, the sidebar will take its ideal 20 rem space, and the not sidebar will fill the space. But once you get to a point where the not a sidebar can no longer be more than 50% of the width, flex wrap is forced to put the sidebar above or below, whichever way around you've got it, the not a sidebar, and they become separate. They're on their own separate inline axis, I suppose. Didn't know flex grow can have values other than 0 or 1. Flex grow, I can't think of how best to describe it, but it's essentially, you can have any number. So if you did, let's just do code sandbox and I'll kind of explain. Is code sandbox code pen is probably the easiest one to use for just showing this. So if we have a div with 2 divs inside of it, and we have our like columns or something, dot columns, and then dot columns div, meant to have div up there. CSS nesting is there now, isn't it? If I add a background of a width, a height of 20 pixels, 50 pixels maybe. I don't know why high width was the one that came to me there. Background orange. Can't think of another fancy name. Orange is a bit too forest green. I don't know. It would do. If I add display flex to the columns, what have we done here? Why are they no longer? Where have my columns gone? Flex direction row. A and B. Put some content in them so they actually appear on the page. Oh, okay, fine. I think flex direction row is the default. Yeah. If I then, why are these not filling the space? Oh, because they need to have like flex 1 on it. Obviously, that's what I'm checking about. If they have flex 1, they take up equal space because they both have flex 1. Got columns, div, first child and last child, because then I can separate them. So we've got A and we've got B. Over there on the left hand side, they were. You've got A and you've got B. We'll give them both flex 1 for now, and they will fill the available space. Now, if the second div, the last div, actually has a flex of 2, what we've now got is we add up all of these and we've got 3, which means we've got 1, 2, 3. So it kind of divides the available space that's left by 3, and then gives 2 of them to B and 1 of them to A. So equally, like if you did 4, you've now got a total of 5. You could be like, there's 2/5 of the space gets given to the first child, and 6 now, isn't it? 4/6 of the space is given to the last child. But obviously, if you've got 999 in there, it doesn't matter like what. If you've got only 1 here, A is only actually taking up a tiny amount of space, and it's taking up that space because that's the minimum content width that it can do. If I got rid of A out of there wouldn't be any content, and then it's even thinner. It's like 1 pixel wide. But then if we add flex basis onto this and say it's 300 pixels, it says, okay, well, the size it wants to be is around 300 pixels. And then the last child is going to just fill the entire space that's left over. And then what we're doing here is if we set the flex wrap to wrap, and then said actually we want the min width of the last child to be 750 pixels or something, or some fixed value or percentage. At some point we end up with it spanning onto the next space. Now flex 1, well, now it will fill the available space on that row, and this one has flex 999, so it will fill the available space on that row. So you don't have to worry about putting a breakpoint in. You can just say on your last child, like, actually the last child can't be any bigger, any smaller than 750 pixels. You don't have to worry about breakpoints, or I know we have content container queries now as well, but like this is much simpler than a container query from my perspective, although it does involve having a bit of an understanding of what flex basis and flex is doing. Flex is one of those mysterious things in the universe, I think. Yeah, you add your gap, and obviously you get your gap here, but once you kind of break it, once you move down, then the gap becomes space between. So there's some really cool stuff like that that you can do that doesn't have that doesn't require the use of immediate queries. And obviously this can be 50%, so you don't have to set fixed values. You can kind of rely on that. So once they become equal columns, it snaps. Or it could be, it has to be 75% of the width or whatever it's going to be. And then what gets really interesting is how you can layer these up, and that's why I was trying to show that project, because it does have some stuff in there. Maybe if I show the static one, it won't work MPX HTTP server. I can show you the original designs, but this was before I adjusted it into Cube and some of these ideas. So this here is a sidebar. Like one of these is a sidebar. This section here could be a sidebar. I don't think this is the one that's got the cube CSS in it. No, this is before I did all of the fancy CSS to make it responsive. But yeah, this is a sidebar, and this is the content, and then those two can snap on top of each other when it gets small enough. And then inside here, this section here with these, like, I guess like a bit of a grid here, I suppose, but you've got kind of the wind, pressure, temperature, dew point. That uses a similar pattern, but a different pattern, which is called, is it the switcher? That one might just be a grid, but the switcher is an interesting one because it's basically that you've got kind of, if you're using flex wrap and you have a bunch of elements and you want them to fill the entire space, say you never want there to be like this one that spans the entire width. So you've got 3, but then suddenly you've got a 4th item. Perhaps when you get to the 4th item, what you want is to happen, you don't want this experience, what you want is to jump from here to here. So there's a similar set of CSS that does some of that stuff. So I really recommend checking out Every Layout. They have a really good educational piece on that. Yeah. What else do I have on CodePen actually? There might be some stuff in there. I'm not logged in. I don't know if there's anything in there to talk about. I'm somewhat procrastinating because I'm like trying to work out what to do next with this. So yeah, I started reading that layout website more and more. Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. So there are kind of a few things for me to think about. I think one of them is going to be the styling. Let's jump into Figma. Let's just, I want to do some design work, I think. I don't have that account anymore, that's fine. Log into that one. Should just bring this over actually in case there's anything I shouldn't have on the display. That's fine, we'll create a new file. Do I want to do it in here or do I want to just load Figma as an actual? I need to install updates. Thanks for great explanations. I'll leave you to it. I'm going to start stream now. We'll join you next time. Thank you. Have a good stream. Hope you have a good one. And I might catch you later if I can. Thanks for hanging out. Let's see. Okay. Muster minutes. Muster minutes. Oh, switching from engineering into design hat takes me a few seconds. Takes me a hot minute. Let's see. Let's see. What do we want to do? And create a frame. Perhaps a MacBook Pro 14-inch frame. Well, I kind of want to bring color palette in a little bit. I have any saved in here? No, I've not signed in. Colors.json. Perhaps I'll just grab that, throw that over there quickly, and then I'll probably just create some, like, a rectangle. And then we can just do... actually, how do I... Style, description, properties, variables. I can call this porcelain 50. Variable collection. Batch alias. I've not done much with, like, I don't usually spend that much time in Figma to do all of the variable stuff, but it would be kind of nice, I think, to set some of that stuff up. Plus variable collection, let's just do porcelain 100. So then I can change it to like 50, 100. Figma color variables. Apply to variables in Figma. Can I just, is there a quicker way? Let me see variables in no. I wondered why. Not really.
By definition, a variable is something that can vary. Here's for our palette. Here is for each color palette for the World Peace website. First, let's create a variable for each color. Deselect everything on the canvas and find the...
So if I just create a load of squares with the colors in.
Section in the right sidebar. Local
variables. Okay, fine. I can then adjust and create new things and...
Variables include all variables created in the current file. Click the Open Variables button to open the Variables panel. Then, click on Appears, now again. Type the variable from Publishing, and more. This option describes how to use the variables and choose New Group with Selection.
And I can group them as well.
Double-click the group name in the sidebar and rename it to Color/Gray. Select the rest of the colors and create a new group called color/brand. Notice how the forward slashes turn color variable and select rename collection. We'll call it primitives, as these are
Fine, I get it. Good. Happy with that. 50, 100. Let's just grab by window. And then we'll find the code and we'll have the code window over there. And then we'll add them all in here so we've got them to play with. Color, have 200, which is going to be D2E0E5. Color 300, AAC5CF. 400, 7CA7B4. 500. These I think. 600. $800, 900, and then we'll do 950. That'll be those, and we'll group those, and we'll call it color/porcelain. Create a new group. Can I create a new group? Create a variable, color. Where is it? Okay, up there. 50. This one's Polaris. Polaris. I didn't want to do that. 100. No, that's the wrong one. I'm Polaris now. We're on Polaris now, man. 200. Okay. There's a lot of mouse clicking here. I'm not a fan, you know. Need to learn some keyboard shortcuts. 400. 500. 600, 700, 800, 900. And then 950. 950. That doesn't make sense. Why is 950 that light? Oh no, it's not. It's just not set yet. And then we can group those with a new selection, which we'll call color/Polaris. Okay, and then we set down here, we can just set color porcelain. Oh, Polaris. Nice. And what else have we got? We've got some other assets that I do believe I have not there, but like here. You've got this icon that we'll bring across as well. And then we've got the character somewhere. Where's the character? I guess we're not character as a thing. The character is, however, in the development. Must admit, it's actually in the holding as well, isn't it? The character. The beautiful character. Who can just go down here for now. We've got the icon. Oh, sweet. Sweet. Font wise, let's just call this icon, I suppose, and then this is. I want to frame the selection. Character. Character A. Icon. Nice. Okay, cool. Those are there. Porcelain 100, I feel like makes sense. I'm wondering about sidebar. I'm wondering about bringing the sidebar in kind of a few pixels, so perhaps 20. 20. Height, we're going to minus 40. And then I was thinking like maybe we do like the whole border radius-y thing, because that seems to be on trend at the moment. We'll bring the icon in. That's not really what we wanted. We want to resize the icon in there. I want to be able to. The thing that's in there needs to be scale and scale, because then I resize the icon. That also resizes. Sweet. We'll set this to be like 60 maybe. 60. Maybe 42. 42. And then we'll perhaps say muster minutes, and then we'll set that to be 800. Is that right now? Are we using Pelorus for the text? I can't remember. We're using Manroot as our font at the moment. Muster minute. This is Pelorus, right? Pelorus 700. And then perhaps this could then be Pelorus as well, but like the lighter colour. No. 2. I need to be more grey, which I think makes sense as the porcelain. 18. Maybe 20. Not sure yet. Not sure yet. So you think a bit about the flow, because so we start on the main page and we've got meetings, like your list of meetings, and then you go into a meeting and then do upload. I feel like a lot of that perhaps this sidebar layout makes sense. I feel like I need more colours as well. Not sure yet. Also, the contrast there doesn't feel high enough. I'm going to boost it up to 800. I feel like maybe this is too big. 22. But I was trying to get the curve on this to feel natural. But... and we'll just go bold. Needs. I've got a few navigation things I need to think about, and we've got our content, which is really the main thing I'm thinking about. The transcript itself. The transcript itself needs to have a max width, because any text that's longer than like generally 75 characters in width becomes a little bit difficult to read, and so the transcript needs to be somewhat centered in whatever, well, not centered, but it needs to be framed. I need a way of jumping back to the minutes. I probably need some sort of site-wide navigation. I don't think that necessarily makes sense in the sidebar like that. So we're probably doing something that looks a bit more like this. Where we have like meetings, all meetings. I probably need to just adjust this. This probably was a bit too tight. I kind of liked how it was looking tight, but I feel like space needs to be bigger there. There. All meetings. And then perhaps like login information would be over on the right, and that might make sense. my meetings. I don't know what else you'd have other than meetings at the moment. Okay. I kind of like this approach of having that there. I wonder...
Hold on, it's getting too much. So long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. Made it.
Does it make sense to frame it like that? Then what goes on the right hand side? Does that mean like over here we have like October 2023 meeting? Like details about the meeting maybe?
Play with my emotions like it's all just a game to you. It's a game to you. Roll the dice again and I can promise this time you lose. It's your turn to lose.
And the idea here, this is where the transcript would be. So this would be where it says like John Doe, Sarah Stevens, I don't know. And then pop, 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 pop. This is what I have to say in the meeting. And then the other thing that I think has to go in here is like the time. And then I wonder about adding like a, like this is the time bit block that John Doe spoke. And that's where I'm like, maybe there's value in having said, I disagree. This is how it should be done. And perhaps there's something there like that. Does that mean the save button's over here? Also, I'm not sure about like the relationship here. Maybe the whole thing should be there, but then this like gets filled with white. Not sure on that. That looks a bit odd. I kind of wondered like it's an interesting like the transcript kind of popping out. I also need to think about the audio actually, or the video that's being consumed as part of the thing. That kind of feels like it's part of the editor. I could imagine there being like media controls or something somewhere. Like maybe even down here or at the top. There needs to be some sort of list somewhere of like speakers. And then I guess that's like John Doe, Sarah Stevens. Okay, let's color palette generator. Line generator, coolers. Hi Fabrizio. Start the generator. We'd like to pass in our own color. So perhaps we just do the 500s from each. Air Force Blue. Kind of ironic because of the origin of this being for a moonstone. Okay, we lock those two. Press spacebar. Go greens. I don't know what kind of colours I might want to go for. Emerald and the pink. Melon. I kind of wonder about the melon for this bit here. Melon looks weird on that colour. An emerald. I keep doing this. Save the colour before doing that. Perhaps there's something over here that's like saved or something. Saved. Saving. Thinking a little bit as well about like how some of the interaction works here. So we upload our file to another page. The page looks like different. We upload our file. The file is an audio file or a video file. We've got so much space on the sides. I feel like if it's a video file, it makes sense to show the video perhaps to the side. Maybe even over here. But maybe the controls are up here. I feel like any time you type, it should jump the video, it should pause the audio and then jump to wherever you've just started typing. That would be kind of useful. You're like, oh, I need to adjust that, and then you can listen to it back. I kind of jump. I think there's some really cool interaction design between the transcript editor and the media playback that we can do. And then once we've done updating this, I feel like the flow is kind of almost from left to right. It's almost like we're going through steps in a pipeline or going through a process pipeline. So we're moving from left to right. We've added details about our meeting. That's all on the left. We edit our transcript. That's in the center. And the stuff on the right is almost like preparing, like almost like a checklist, maybe. Checklist of things for next step. Wait, does that go there? And then does this have like agenda items? And then the speakers can be listed there. I mean, the other thing I could potentially do is use Gen AI on this to just give a description of that meeting. So it's like, this over here is details about the meeting. This is the thing you're currently working on. And that could be navigation here. Perhaps this is a... That's an interesting idea. I wonder, like... So the idea here is that navigational. So what we'd have here is like should have agenda. And then you'd have recording. And then perhaps transcript. Minutes. This needs to be bigger then. Quite okay with that being quite big. And then this is like highlighted in some way to show that that's the thing we're currently on, maybe. I need to figure out some of that detail there. And then you're operating on this. Perhaps this could also have like a brief description. So like perhaps this kind of text here just says description of the meeting. Could they even generate that with AI or kind of like purpose of the meeting could be described here in some way. And then it's like agenda. And these could be grayed out until like you can't do the minutes yet, because like you could give the status. It's like what you're pending. This could be grayed out somehow, like not quite right, but hard making it grayed. Like disabled states is difficult. I want to make sure it's clear for accessibility as well. So we'll probably grey it out, but then also have some other text that's like pending or something. Because then I could easily see like a view where the agenda editor is done in this box here. And perhaps there's tools over here that you bring stuff across. That could be interesting. We're not really doing much with the agenda right now, so you just have transcript. So for now there probably wouldn't be much here, but I could have those as kind of grayed out, as coming soon or something. The other thing I could do is have like information about the meeting here actually stored in this section. So it kind of serves as navigation. And then the bit in the middle is kind of like... I'm not sure about that. Your agenda and speakers kind of make sense over here, I suppose. And then maybe the comes out transcript is obviously... Maybe it is just you build the agenda here, the speakers here. It's not speakers at this point though, it's participants. Recording and transcript. Saving probably wants to go in here somehow. The saving probably could be a button, right? Like I guess I could have... Perhaps I should have a button. That's the save button. Currently I've got this like big... Whichever one that is. A 600 Glorious. What's the border radius on that right now? Border radius space 2x. What's the computed border radius? 7.63. I'll go with 10. What was this? 20. So as I go up there and then like plus not that. This one 31. And then that becomes 1.7. Save transcript. And then that could be like saving. I don't love it. I don't hate the direction it's going in. I kind of like how this is a little bit quirky. There isn't really much left to stick on the right hand side at this point though. But maybe I don't need that much on the right hand side. Maybe I do just stick this down here like that. We get rid of this, bring that in, and then that is it. Like the whole thing kind of becomes a bit more in. And then you have the details about the agenda and the participants in this sidebar on the left hand side. Perhaps the save transcript button, just I can grab both of them, just becomes part of the bottom. No, I don't like that. At some point you need to decide like that's good, that's done, let's commit it. Just gonna do a quick circle. I want to try and grab in the ideas around okay, cool, fine. And then Let's do like, is it hero icons, like dev perhaps? And we can grab a play, pause button. Download an SVG for play, pause. And then we're gonna use Loris 800 perhaps. I'm not sure how we do the... Also now it's off center, it feels a bit off. Not sure on that. I do quite like this idea of kind of combining the media player with this. I wonder... I'm going to duplicate this because I'm going to mess around with this a bit. Kind of group those, drag those down. I'll copy this. And then perhaps we'll have the fill set to that. Perhaps the bottom corners. I like how they've added corner smoothing now. And you won't be able to see it on that one, but I didn't know that was a thing they've added now. Is it iOS level of corner smoothing? The web doesn't really have corner smoothing, so we're not getting into the corner smoothing world, but perhaps we can do the fill as 100. Custom 0. And then this one... feel like smaller buttons to the side for kind of 15-second playback left, 15-second, like probably makes sense. I need a scrubber, I think, is kind of, it's all about, like, I'm almost creating a horizontal vertical scroll. Like, you've got the scroll bar and then you've got the scrubber, and they kind of go in opposite directions, so that's an interesting thing as well. Should the scrubber just be the entire top section? Or should the scrubber be, like, should this actually be like there? Because then the scrubber can be the box that's underneath. I just wonder whether this should be a completely different colour just to make it clear that it's the scrubber. It's 4 pixels wide. And then perhaps beneath that is the porcelain 300 or something. There's a bit much going on there. Stroke 200. And perhaps this can be 100. I wonder now if it should be at like the bottom rather than the top. The top feels like it's interfering into here, where actually if I flipped this round, dragged it down to the bottom, grabbed this now makes a bit more sense down here. Oh, but it now also conflicts with the... That's where the bar was going to go. I feel like I need to see some media players now. Like, I suppose I could stick it into the space below. Cool. So we could, I guess, bring it down in size a bit. Bring it down to here. Not have like an overlapping bit, and then this comes down as well. And so it's more in tune, perhaps. Perhaps just the, I mean, let's just see, like, what is the worst case of having it, like, in the bar itself? Yeah, it doesn't quite work for me up there like that. The curved radius is a bit too much. I wonder if I can get away with going 10 on here, because 10 would allow us to bring that up quite considerably. And now it feels more reasonable, perhaps. I mean, maybe if I can just do the whole top. This would then have to be 200. Oh, I'm not sure. Feels a bit too much, perhaps. Well, perhaps there's a version of this where the bar is here, but then the playback controls are over here, and I need to work out where the save button goes. I think I might spend some time sketching some ideas at some point. I'm going to write a little message here. Be right back. Be back soon. Be back soon. Be back soon. And since I'm going to be back soon, I'll run an ad. Since one's going to run in 3 minutes otherwise anyway. I'll be right back. I'm back. We can get rid of this message. Not everything, because I pressed Command A there. Oh, where's this going? What are we doing here? Because this is not sure. Let's go dribble. I'm not copying anything, but transcript. Oh, I have a login. Oh, floating could be a good idea. Doesn't quite match entirely, but there's some interesting stuff there. I'm not going to copy exactly that, but what else have we got? No. There are some interesting designs here. Kind of a floating thing kind of makes sense, perhaps. Perhaps add some shadowing in. Interesting. So perhaps another version of this is to move the play pause button over to the side. Perhaps move that there. That there. Interesting that the oh yeah, because we've adjusted the thing on this one. I wonder about making this white, or even at least very light coloured, and then this can be 10 pixels now. It should be what, 6? Meant to. It is 6, but it's meant to do it on the both sides, not just the one. And the point of this, actually, I might even just go custom and go white. So that certainly feels somewhat closer. This left side needs to come in a bit. Hey Bish, so it's been a long coding session today. Yeah, it has been. How you been, man? I've been doing some design though for the last 30 minutes or so. But before that I was working on this transcript rich text editor, which now I can save the data to the database. So I was kind of getting to the point where I'm like, okay, like this was annoying. Got a long scroll to get to the bottom of the page before I can then press save, and I was like, that's annoying. So I was like, let's try and figure out what the design should look like. Yeah, that's what we're doing now. -4, 10. I generally don't like shadows. Manager gave me a green light to sign off a bit earlier today, so enjoying the extra hour not working. Nice. Nice. Nice.
Thought I told you I can't find the words, nothing makes sense. Thought I told you I've been
trying to reach over the fence. I try even when I shut down. All I want is to give it some meaning. When I move, let it come from a feeling. Give something back for the air that I'm breathing. Each step I keep holding my ground. I try even when I shut down. Each step I keep holding my ground. I try, 'cause I'm staying safe in the middle. That I need to run just a little. 'Cause I'm staying safe.
I wonder then if that works better than if I have the
That I need to run.
bar back up there like that, and then
Sleepless nights, all out of words.
playback controls back in the center. I feel like that would look nicer, but it would be annoying because you'd never be able to actually use the scroller. UI design is always fun until it breaks something else or uncovers a hidden issue. Yeah. I'm kind of just spitballing, I suppose, here, throwing stuff at the screen and seeing what sticks, but I'm not entirely sure yet. I've kind of gone through a couple of different boxes on screens, rectangles. What I'm trying to do is work out how the media player and the transcript editor should kind of look and feel together. And I feel like they should be quite tightly coupled so that when you're typing in here, it's moving the audio around, or you click on a word, it skips to that point in the track.
The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric.
Would the option of, say, a keyword search be something also potential in a later build?
The way that you make
Yeah, that's interesting.
I've never been felt before.
I guess since it's in the browser, I feel like you could just do Command Control F and search. In fact, does that work? If I was like, oh yeah, Ruby. So I guess like you can search with just the browser search typically, and it will just skip you to wherever that is in the content.
The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric.
Very true, wasn't it? Yeah, it's all web browser based.
The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for.
It's like
Not really a fan of the save button being there either. Copying, pasting, starting again. I don't know about that. I feel like this is interesting, but perhaps I bring it over here. I'm not sure about the save button. It's kind of in a weird place. I feel like it needs to be in the top right. This media transcript player kind of works, but it go in the center. The save button, I mean, apart from the text being huge, bring the text down. What's the font size of our buttons at the moment? Font size 15. What is it on a larger screen though? 16 because it's the largest. Yeah, so 16 pixels. Save isn't really the right. I feel like maybe my meetings being there is also kind of confusing because it looks like it relates to that box there. And so perhaps it might even make more sense if this was like October 2023 meeting. And then I just need a back button up here or something, like some way of getting back. Perhaps I shouldn't have. Maybe this should be muster minutes. But then there's just be like back to meetings. Or perhaps that, oh, that makes more sense. Having the like meeting name and title in the center up there. I guess I'm kind of replicating what Figma looks like here now, but and then I could have above that. Yeah, this is making more sense. Like that actually relates to box below. I'm going to delete the annoying stuff in here for now.
Listen to me speak, but just say what you want. What words will you keep? The ones that cause us harm. You assume the worst, but that is yet to come. Because you caused it first, and now we've come.
Perhaps I do need a thing above that, which is meetings. Perhaps smaller. All meetings. And there's like you're like inside of that from the all meetings.
deep in the truth. Now it's hard to find a place for me and you. I know you're paranoid.
I think part of the challengers don't have that many things to show on the screen.
And made ourselves confused. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try?
Save. Ugh, don't like the save button. Save. I think it should probably just auto save. A challenge, that's a challenge. It looks as though you're missing something. At the same time, you kind of have all the details you kind of need. Yeah, I'm like, there's just like, it feels like it's missing stuff. And I'm like, well, there's obviously there'll be more stuff here, like agenda and participants and stuff that I need to think about. But overall, structure wise, the core of it is a box that you type in. And the media player controls, I guess that's the other challenge, I suppose, knowing where to put those. I suppose that's the thing, like, actually that might... I kind of try and, like, I feel like what I'm ending up with is one single column. Edit, finish. I am gonna, yeah, there does need to be like a finish at some point, or like next step. And the point of this is you're updating the transcript, and then you're gonna move on to get the minutes generated. I'll not be right back. The flow here was you create a new meeting, you upload your recording, you upload the file, then you edit, view the transcription. You can watch, listen to the original recording, you see all of the entries, which is kind of the bit that's inside that box. Yeah, we're not doing markers just yet, but we'll get to it. And then inserting a new entrance is just press enter. Speaker body. Requirements for minute generation, haven't really outlined. And then generate minutes is a kind of, I suppose that is the next step. At some point on this screen, Figma, there should be like a generate minutes button. Is that right? Could be. Okay. Generate minutes. 16. Not sure about that icon. I can find a better icon than that. Icon. I really like their icons. Hero icon. Icons. Oh, they've got a version 2. Solid outline. Solid. I feel like solid probably is. Play, pause. Probably makes sense to have it as a toggle rather than toggle the icon. Skip. Forward. Wind. I was thinking like a circle, like rotating. Doesn't look like I've got one in that library. So question on the participant section, would you have only the speakers listed or would you also include the audience, thinking along the lines of larger meetings? It would just be the people speaking. I think I'm not sure you'd want to use this tool for like meetings that have more than maybe 12 people, 10 or 12 people. Maybe you could, I suppose. A meeting with more than 12 people is not a meeting. It's I don't know what you call it, but like a show, maybe. You're being talked to at that point. It's a presentation at that point. It's not a meeting. I'm sure there are some companies that have meetings of 20 plus people, but yeah, generally the participants are the people involved in the conversation, in this case. I think I'm going to use the fast forward and rewind icons because what I want is a skip icon, but they don't seem to have that. So forward and then back. Yeah, I'm thinking of presentations that I get regularly invited to where we attempt to use Teams for the transcripts. It always comes out with some nonsense. I mean, this is just using AWS for the transcript, so I'm not sure it could just be as equal nonsense. Does seem to be the better of the ones that I've tried though. Oh, what happened there? Oh, because we're like inside the frame. There we go. Light breeze. What's going on there? All of these generally want to be centered along with each other, and that can all align the center of those, and then we'll find the center of the thing, because that's getting really annoying. bring that up with it. Okay. Feel like the playback controls. Actually in the center there? I don't know. Think under the black play forward, ideally you'd have a progress bar under it to follow. Maybe on top of the word box with timestamp. Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out now. I was like, that was going to be the next like progress bar type thing. I don't know whether above or below. I feel like below is going to be tricky because it's going to conflict a little bit with the box beneath. Is that 200? Yeah. But perhaps it's the same width. 682, 683. Okay. This really ought to be 684 or something. I don't know. A minute. Get rid of this because that's going to be confusing with the center. Take two.
Tomorrow I will see you on your knees, begging, oh, 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 I need you. Look at me, we could bring us back. Don't tell me how you feel, it's your regret. Wrapped in lies, oh, 'cause I knew you were blue with mess up.
I don't know, it's a bit weird though. It's like sandwiched. I don't know if it's a good place to put the progress bar. Let's pull that in, and then we can actually have a green color. Use this. When it's clearer that it's a progress bar. Does that help? I find progress bars always look a bit weird when they're empty. They don't. It also needs, like you said, you mentioned the timestamps, it does need those. 16 maybe, probably smaller. This one of the like, Explorer 700 or something. Another interesting thing there, is that 3 minutes 32 seconds, or is that it's gonna have to be something like that, isn't it? Most meetings are gonna be longer than, probably gonna breach over an hour. 0, 0 is kind of pointless. I feel like most will have like current play time, so it would be like 02, 34, 14 or something. Windows Media Player vibes. Yeah, that's not. I'm not sure that's a good thing. It's off balance. The text is too heavy to like. It's part of the central alignment of this all meetings piece. It doesn't make sense to have all meetings there. It's meant to be a navigational piece. Actually, I wonder about if I do. I don't think it's really gonna make sense. So it's like all meetings. October 2023 meeting. Like I'm thinking like breadcrumb style maybe. Breadcrumbs could make sense here. Not like that, but like some sort of breadcrumb style could be. I don't know. That's a completely different design direction that I'm going to explore at some point later. This is all out of proportion anyway, because really that should be this text down here should be 16. But I'm probably going to once I get to a certain stage, I'll just build this in HTML and CSS. Feeling the time should stay closer to the buttons bar rather than the title area. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I kind of have this like title area, and it makes sense that there's a relationship between the title and like this main body of content, but also the whole page is this title. This is the title of the entire page, and I feel like I'm associating it a little bit with the media controls because that's how you'd probably imagine it being like Spotify or something. Like you'd see the song track like title, but actually there's a whole bunch of other stuff going on in a media player like that. That's maybe why I was starting to think perhaps there's a view where we'll copy and paste again. There's a view where actually this stuff comes over here and it acts as breadcrumbs. Don't like that / character. I need I don't know what I'm doing with that character. The / is a bit weird. Too much going on here. I need a way of getting back is my main problem there. And now the media controls kind of don't. Not sure. We'll group those together so I don't have to keep pulling them separately. The other option is to pull this down. I mean, these don't have to go all the way to the, like, I could have these. If I go in there and then plus 20, bring it in 20, unless it's added in the box, like, yeah. Like, maybe that works. That's, and then the width minus 20. That kind of comes in. And then it acts more like the... Does this then have to come in? Like 20? So then it's not like dividing the box in two entirely. Everything flows together, but as it... So the bit that I'm thinking about is this bit at the top is sticky. So when you're scrolling, it's always there. But then this content in here obviously is going to kind of slide underneath it, be hidden by it. How does that look? I mean, there's still a lot going on around the outside that's probably a bit like what to do with, but...
Hold on, it's getting too much. So long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. Made it. Made it, yeah. You made it.
Assuming maybe a button or something at the bottom to allow the user to make the text box larger to read more. I was thinking there would be a scroll bar like in this box maybe, or that yeah, what am I doing there? Or just the box is just really tall. Like that's the other option.
Hold on, it's getting too much. So long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. Made it.
Scroll bar sounds cleaner than a larger box. Yeah, it feels like it makes sense to have like the bottom of the box rounded here. But I scroll, like generally on the web, having kind of a scrollable area inside of a scrollable area, or just even like messing with the scroll bar on the browser can sometimes feel a bit weird. So I'm kind of cautious about that approach, and there's a couple of ways I can build it. This button feels like weirdly coloured. Like I feel like I need to have it match the... Is that 800? Yeah. Deleting that one. thought things had gone a bit weird and off-centered there again. Align that text to the center and hopefully that'll stop it from going a bit rogue. I wonder if this should also be the lighter colour, like 600. Not bad. Still not sure about this generate minutes button being all over there. Feel like up here I probably need like a typical UI fixes, like log in, log out person thing. Of course, all these faces are now AI generated. They never used to be. But sure, we'll have her. That's a bit bigger than I was expecting. Is this square here? So you know who you're logged in as, because you could be logged in as someone. I wonder if I can do the... That make a difference when it's a circle. You know? Corner smoothing isn't a thing on circles. Oh, not that. This. Melissa. Miles. I don't know. Melissa Miles. That'll do. 16. I suppose the other thing you might have up here as well actually is like you've got all meetings, but there might be like settings at some point, and perhaps like account. Get a bit busy, but yeah, could have some stuff like that at some point.
I just wanna sleep forever. I wish you'd call. Stuck inside a dream forever. Climb only to fall.
Perhaps now the style that I had before with the box that kind of spans might fit a bit better. Order central back. Not that far back. Bring forward one. Like quite extreme. It should be inside here though. And now send it to the back. There we go. Just been popped in my head of maybe having generate minutes button as a collapsible menu under the user. Couldn't think what other option type items you might have in there. Having the generate minute button as a collapsible menu under the user. I'm not sure what you mean there. So the generate minutes is going to be directly associated to the stuff that's in here, whereas this is more like the purpose of the user being up here is more just like, oh, if you needed to go into your account and add so my thinking is here, you can click on here, actually have your account details in there with maybe some billing information or like number of credits. Perhaps that could be an interesting thing that we need to think about up here. So perhaps up here we need to go, perhaps there's more stuff here. It's like £28 in credit. I don't know. Kind of jumping ahead there with some of that stuff, I suppose, but perhaps there's like some credit or something like system, or there's a cost associated to doing the transcription and generating the minutes. So there's probably some sort of billing information associated with each user that's using the platform. I think about it badly was thinking of a space to the right of the box of having a collapsible menu for saving edits, generating minutes. I like actions. That is interesting. I think like maybe there's an option here where like there is a like actions drop down arrow here. And click that and do stuff. I kind of skipped on the saving because I feel like I can just auto save and have that perhaps pop up as a little toast somewhere. Yeah, like an action list, just thinking how often some save and edit, unless you have the auto save option, that's a little redundant. Yeah, sometimes people like pressing the save button. It kind of gives them a sense of confidence, I suppose, that the work they've done has been saved. But there's other ways I can kind of work around that, I think. before I had this like concept or an idea at least of perhaps having some sort of like checklist of like next steps. And as part of that, perhaps you generate the minutes. And like the next step is like yeah, it would be how often the autosave kicks in, like clicking outside the box. Yeah, I usually do like if you stop typing after a period of time, like a bit of a debounce on you stop typing for a few seconds or whatever. I might be jumping ahead too much, to be honest, with the generate minutes, because I feel like this core central piece of media player, in the box, scrolling window, and the title and the navigation at the top probably is the core of what I need right now, and the other stuff can come later. Next steps: review the transcript, and then add markers for your agenda. Add agenda point markers. Generate minutes. What you have right now, it does look clean. Yeah, I think it's getting there. It's I think adding the time, adding these little details like the time, definitely brought it a long way from what it was like at the beginning. And I prefer this, like this playback controls feel a bit cleaner as well. I'm not sure that was necessary. It was more balanced. And I'm sure once I start building out the agenda builder and I guess that's one of the next things I need to figure out is like, how do I, at the moment, what I have is like speaker_0, speaker_7. And I need to figure out a way of making, like, linking those. They'll start off as speaker_0, speaker0, speaker1, speaker2. And then they'll need to become like linked somehow. But perhaps they don't appear in participants until you've gone through them in here. Or perhaps this tells you there are like 7 unidentified participants remaining. So it's almost like actually there's no one in here, which is like identify participants, and then this is disabled until all of these are checked. You end up with like a bit of a checklist of stuff to do. Perhaps this is kind of cautious of having that button all the way down there, but it looks cleaner on the full screen view. Kind of coming together. Maybe once you have a full list of steps, having the button positioned in the middle under the step list. Yeah, and I wonder if I can do more with this, like, steps as well. Like, rather than having these bullet points, I feel like what I would want to do is have some sort of, like, checkbox style. So perhaps these are white boxes and somehow get checked or something. Or not white, but perhaps I could do. Let's go hero icons again, see if I've got a check mark. Kind of want a bit of a chunkier check mark. That'll do. That's a bit big. It's a bit extreme. I feel like that was too big. And then text can be in there. Then have the text for the completed item to be dimmed. Yeah, that would be cool. Like once you've done it. We'll get rid of the icon from that one. This can be review, the transcript. I'm kind of cautious though. The bit I'm kind of liking where the checklist is going in some ways, and then another part of me is like it's perhaps just adding to the work you have to do. My 100 to 700 doesn't really work that well there, but I can switch over to porcelain 500. Maybe there's a strike throw as well. Add agenda point markers. And then I can next steps. Not bad. Oh, we've got ads on there. I guess it depends on maybe what the bare minimum needed to generate the minutes successfully. Yeah, exactly. Because I feel like review the transcript is somewhat arbitrary. We won't know when you review the transcript. You're going to review it as part, like, you generate the minutes when you're happy with the transcript. So that one's kind of a moot point. Yeah. Fact. Be right back. Oh, where's it gone? Be back in a minute. Oh. Looks like 8 minutes just the minutes. The ad just finished there. Anyway, I guess it depends. Yeah, sorry about the ads. I've got them set to auto run just so that there's no pre-roll, but depends on what the bare minimum needed in order to generate minutes successfully. Yeah, I agree. I think that's why I was kind of like, when I take away the bare minimum, when I leave it just down to the bare minimum to generate the minutes, it's probably identifying the participants feels like a core step. Reviewing the transcript is worth doing, but it's not something that's one that the user's just going to have to tick to say they're happy with it. So that one feels just like busy work. Agenda point markers are probably the one that's most required, just to give it a better result in what you're going to get. But yeah, review is kind of a weird one. And I don't think there's anything else beyond that point. Like, those are the only two next steps. So we end up with something like this. That feels a bit redundant. And then it's still got a big empty space down here. Could it link back maybe to a list of the point markers added in that corner? Yeah, possibly. I feel like that's what the agenda is. So the agenda point markers is like essentially like the idea is you're going to put your agenda into here. Like here's the topics of discussion for the meeting. You could even maybe generate those before you even have the meeting. So I need to like, but that's a part of the app product that I don't really want to get into right now. I really want to focus on just you upload the meeting, put your agenda points in, and then add them into the thing. And actually, I suppose I could just, rather than having to make that a manual process, you can do a lot of that just in the editor itself. So add a new agenda point, we talked about this. Add a new agenda point, we talked about this. There's probably some structure to that. If there's like sub agenda points or if stuff got talked about out of order, kind of annoying, but also again, like technically, like you'd have to tick this when you're done. It does feel a bit redundant. I feel like most of the stuff can just be done in here, and then you have perhaps your agenda and participants, which is like additional metadata about stuff. Perhaps it's just when you get to the very bottom of the editor, it just says generate minutes. Like you've reached the end, now you can generate the minute. So it like actually all of this stuff around the outside is kind of somewhat redundant. Let's see what that might look like. So we wouldn't have this because that would just be a given as part of the process. For some reason the text didn't come across. The text. Maybe I had it highlighted. Oh, why is the text not coming across there? The fill color is actually... I'm not sure why it's not white there anyway. Anyway, kind of a bit weird. The generate minutes button would kind of go at the very end, is one idea here. And perhaps we have participants on one side and agenda on the other. Not sure about the right align there, that's a bit weird, but agenda, oh, participant. It feels weird at the moment to me, but perhaps not. Maybe under agenda participant sections you have the options, identify options. Yeah. What do we have in here? We have like John Doe. And then we have Sarah Stevens. Do I have these as, yeah, maybe more like that text, not that. So like John Doe, Sarah Stevens. No, I see what, like, yeah, maybe we could do something like you have 7 unidentified participants. 16. I feel like I could show stats as well about the participants, perhaps, that might be interesting, but so you got your participants panel, and then you've got your agenda panel, and then you're looking at the thing, and it's kind of bringing it together. And perhaps over here you've got like that work. Add agenda point. Add point. Or even just a plus. Might make sense there. Add participant. Not sure about this approach there, but the agenda could be like one. What are we thinking of here? We'd have like. Why has my mind gone blank on what could be on an agenda? Apologies. Same with agenda points, you can include timestamps at the edge. Yeah, I think so. Like they're kind of navigational tools. So for the participants, you could skip to the first time they spoke. For the agenda point, you could skip to where it's first, like where that is in the. And so they become extra navigational tools, but then also you can see what you've got agenda wise, and you can see what you've marked out participant wise, but the bulk of what you can do can be done in the editor with keyboard. So actually you go through and have some sort of keyboard controller, so just doing most of the stuff with the editor, playing and pausing the audio and moving through the audio, make changes. But then you can also add marker for the agenda, and you can also change the participant, and then that will tick them off on the side. And then the agenda as well, that will build out the agenda. And then if you need to make changes, you can make changes here or move around. And then when you get to the very end of the file, then you get to the generate minutes at the bottom. And perhaps there could be a message down here that's like, you've reached the end of the meeting. Generate minutes. Yeah, I don't hate it. I actually quite like where it's going now. Everyone likes it when they get to the end of the meeting. Yeah, I'm sure we can add like a little emoji or something. I'll make that fun. Perhaps Hey, thank you for the follow, Alvi. Hope you're having a good day. We've reached the end of the meeting. Let's have a reached the end of the meeting, generate the minutes. And if you haven't marked it up, like if there's any problems at this stage, it could say, you could have the error screen at that point. Well, not an error screen, but like here's what you need to do before you unlock the ability to generate the minutes. It's be like, you still need to identify these 5 participants, or you still need to mark up the agenda, or divide the agenda up more if you need to. The context limits are not being met. Yeah, you could have that as well. That could be interesting. I don't know how I'm going to do the bit. That's like when I get to the billing, that's going to be another thing, because I feel like there's a cost associated to the transcription. So you've already paid to get to this point. So it probably feels weird to then have to like pay again to get the next thing. But also maybe that makes sense. Perhaps they're billed for separately. So that'll be interesting to think about at some point, because maybe you do just want to use this to get the transcript. Although, if you've got the transcript, you probably then want the minutes, but I suppose arguably maybe you could at this point take the transcript and stick it in at GPT yourself, maybe? I don't know. And there could be more here as well, like use a specific template or something like that. We also have a little character. I don't think the character. So it was me just thinking full monetization. No, it's I'm thinking about it as well. I just don't know how I'm going to do it yet. Why is this? Okay. Yeah, clippy down there as well, look. Not sure. Oh, that's the frame that I was resizing. I don't know about making it lighter or darker yet. The bit that I was thinking about there was get off that screen. Was whether there should be some sort of potentially a bit too cheesy though. Yeah. I think the little character thing I think is interesting. I feel like I can do. It's going to be a long way off, but I have this idea of it animating between like this lot of favicon style, like having favicon maybe just more the box of the character, and then having the arms and legs kind of like expand out. I don't know. I feel like I've got enough direction here. You're gonna miss minutes from the there was some inspiration. Hopefully less rogue. But yeah. Yeah, I think Miss Minutes was a bit of an inspiration behind the name a little bit. It's kind of like, instead of Miss Minutes, it's like Mr. Minutes or Muster Minute. And you muster your minutes together. So that's kind of maybe some of the inspiration behind the name. And that little character as well. But, yeah. Oh, I've got another thing that I probably ought to add in here. Volume control. So perhaps this does make more sense to be over on the left hand side than the volume control can be on the right hand side. Keep meaning to ask, did you design the character or was it through Fiverr? That was Dali, that was ChatGPT. Just gave it the kind of, I can't remember what the prompt was now, but it was, I can't remember what the prompt was now. I must have said, oh, I want to create a little character. I gave it the name of like the kind of the short pitch, I suppose, the elevator pitch of what the product was going to be. So Dali made that, and it made that. I'm not particularly good at illustration, so. But yeah, this was all Dali, ChatGPT. And same with the little fav icon as well. Fav icon was a little icon, I suppose, logo. It's cool, yeah. I figured I could probably copy it at some point and then make it a little bit more interactive or something at some point. Or maybe I could pay someone to do an animation based on it or something. Turn it into a little bit of an animated piece. Let's see, here icons, speaker, volume. Probably need to think about volume. It did give me a lot of fluff, but that gave enough to chop some bits out and put some fitting together. Oh, I missed the bit before, sorry. The most I've used ChatGPT for is coming up with product descriptions for some of Tanya's jewellery she's selling online. It gave me a lot of fluff, but it gave me enough to chop some bits out and put something together. Yeah, it's pretty good for that. Like, it's... Yeah, I wouldn't use it just on its own, I don't think. But to use it to get something that you can then work with, it's pretty good. I don't think I've ever taken anything out of ChatGPT and just gone exactly that. Apart from obviously those images have just come straight out. Beyond that, generally, when it comes to like text stuff, I find it gets a little bit too formal. Stop grabbing that. It generally tends to be a bit too formal in some of the stuff it says and does. Oh, I don't like where that's going. I need to find a new way of doing the audio. Thinking like Spotify, like. Perhaps I'll just do something where the slider appears when you click on the volume. It would give me 1,000 words, and I was able to get it shortened to 200, 300 characters instead. Yeah, trying to come up with product descriptions of 20 plus items off the top of your head gets a bit draining. So AI def helped. Yeah, as I said, I think similar to the minutes, really. It's like if it can get you to 70, if it can get you from 0 to something, getting from something to like what you want is actually a much easier job to do. I kind of feel like the green in here is perhaps clashing too much, and I need to, yeah, that'll do it. That'll get it somewhere closer. Is that the right blue? Is that wrong? Yeah, you've been staring at the same shade of blue and begin to wonder if it's the right shade. Yeah, there's a lot of blue going on. Blue, like, and I don't know. I mean, one of the other things that's in there is probably a bit weird now is that I've got the green in a couple of places. So perhaps, I think colours you do have are a lot easier on the eyes. Yeah, I think it's close. So I kind of want to collect some, for each of the participants, I kind of want to have a specific colour for them. So I want to get a palette of like 12 different colours that aren't necessarily brand colours, but perhaps like Atomic Tangerine. Does that fit? That might be a bit too close to that one. Yeah, it's a bit close to the other one that's going on in there. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted that one into this one. Go in there. So like different colours for different participants in the meeting, whoever speaks, different speakers. Try and add some colour that way. In fact, actually, it probably makes sense then to perhaps colour those people, or at least have a colour blob next to each one of these. That actually kind of makes that a bit more interesting. Like a little bullet point type thing. Then we can say, oh, John is this colour. Keep grabbing other things in the background. It's kind of annoying. I didn't want to union these. What? When did I get that? Group. John Doe peeks at.
Listen to me speak, but just
Well, there's all sorts. First heard at, last heard at. I suppose arguably it's 10.
but that is yet to come. Because you caused it first, and now we've come undone. Caught up in trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Fed up with trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Caught up in trying to find a problem. Why do we lose our minds, sending us before we try? Fed up with trying to fix our problems. Why do we lose our minds, lose our minds?
I wonder here whether it makes more sense to perhaps go something a bit more desaturated. And maybe lighter? Don't know. No, it's white now. Otherwise it might be a bit too much blue. Not sure what my thing right now is for hidden collapsible stuff, but could you click on the username and show the first, last time? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Perhaps there's like yeah, tooltip type thing. That probably makes more sense. Because otherwise there's too much information, I think, to really show in here. Because you could hover on it and be like, spoke 20 times. First at, seen at. You could do all sorts actually. That's the other thing that I could perhaps do is just like to like a range of like that's when they spoke. But that makes it look like they spoke for that entire time. So John spoke for 43 minutes, which perhaps is a little bit misleading. It just meant that that was the first time you saw him or heard him. That's the last time we heard of him. Yeah, it looks like it waffled on for that long. Let's face it, we've all been in a meeting when someone's waffled on for that long at some point. I kind of like this. I'm gonna go with the little character for a sec. I do kind of like the desaturated a bit more blue here than the blue. I don't know. Helps these colours pop a bit more, perhaps. Perhaps the other thing I could do here is just add a stroke on them. Perhaps that would have helped. Just see a couple of different versions here. Grab this, bring this back to 100 porcelain. Around 17. Okay, and then perhaps we could increase the stroke by 2. That a bit weird. There we had one person that we worked with that would take entire 30 minutes to explain something and they'll give the entire backstory of say why this item came through as XYZ before they actually gave the point everyone needed to hear. Yeah. I definitely experienced people like that. So for some colours it kind of makes sense with the little outline, kind of looks good. Some colours like the purple doesn't look good. I actually wonder if the purple is the wrong colour because maybe it's in the wrong tone. Like if I go and put that in here, perhaps what would be better is like a lighter purple. Perhaps that's more in the tone of the orange. Perhaps that's a bit vibrant. But yeah, perhaps something like that makes sense. Not really. Purple's a bit dark. Tomato. Then I need to have a think some colours that will fit. Sure. For more food for thought and colours, would you potentially also need to think about accessibility again? Probably something far in the future to think about. Yeah, we would need to think about accessibility. Generally, I've stuck to 800 and 700 on my colour scale. And if I go over to UI colours, if I grab one of these, grab this. I don't know if this tool will actually give me the exact same. If I do that. It's 800 344. 800 344 E58. Yeah. So this is the porcelain color scale. If I go on the contrast grid and filter out AA accessibility, or AAA even, what it says is on a light blue background of, I think I'm using 100. Was I using 100 here? Yeah, 100. On the light blue background of 100, 800 is accessible to a AAA standard, and actually 600 is accessible to a AA standard. So by using the 100 background with at least 6, 7, definitely 800, then we're good generally on accessibility. These colors here probably are the ones that maybe have a bit more of a concern. And also we're kind of using you've got the name as well, so I suppose you're using the name probably benefits more people who aren't necessarily colorblind if you've got a bunch of colors there. But there's another way of identifying people, not just the color. So that should be okay. This blue at the top, which is the 600 of Pelurious. If I grab the Pelurious 500. Then look at the contrast grid for that. This is probably the one that maybe struggles a bit more. I'm using the 600, and the 600 doesn't necessarily fall into AA accessibility on a white background. This one's a bit more tricky. I need to probably boost up to 700 to make sure I'm AA compliant. And AAA. I'd need to be 800 as well. So that's one I'd need to think about. But these are also bolder, so that may benefit, I think, potentially in the contrast. But it is noticeably harder to read, actually, the text there. So yeah, I think that's got enough direction there for me to start just building it out in HTML, I think. Building up the structure. There'll be some stuff I tweak along the way and adjust and add stuff to here as well, to these kind of, I want to call these wings, but yeah, stuff I add to those. Maybe we just can't decide whether to build it out now or whether to. What's the time? It's getting on. Might be time to call it. That's cool. I think it was more the colours from the transcript to identify the speakers, but say the names as well, which should help. Yeah, I think it's. I mean, the other option would be to add some sort of pattern, maybe. But that's going to get quite tricky quite quickly. Like stripes, you could do like horizontal stripes, diagonal stripes in different directions. Perhaps to identify if that was going to be helpful, but I think it might make things a bit too complicated, the patterns. Yeah, I agree. I think it's probably a bit much if we did that. Let's. What have we got at the moment? kind of want to just build out that view. So perhaps what I do is go to the welcome controller. Welcome, show. What I'll do for now is just do a demo end, and then we'll add a demo .html.erb in here. H1 demo. And then the roots can set up a get demo, demo as demo, and then if I go to demo, I get is a blank page with demo. And then we've got our application, HTML, ERB, which has got some stuff. We're using that as our base. And then we're using our demo there. Let's try to mostly mark this out, perhaps. We've got a header. And the header is going to be broken down into 3 sections. Hard to stop in the flow yet. I'm just like, I can go for a bit longer. I'm going to add the icon here. In here we're going to have I guess it's a nav, but it's really just one link, which is going to link to all meetings, and then really our H1 for the page, which is October 2023 meeting. I kind of need a way of editing that title at some point, so perhaps that's one of those ones where you click on the title and it edits it there. I don't know. And then we've got something else over here, which is going to be inside here. We've kind of got another element composition going on. We've got another div there. We've got a span, which is Melissa Miles. I'll be back in a minute. Yeah, I will have to head soon. But, let's see what we've got here. So we've got this. That's going to be another div. Melissa Miles can go up into there. Ban £28 in credit, and then there'll be some sort of image there with her face. That's our header. The fact that the H1 is kind of in the header is kind of awkward, but I don't know if there's another way that I can approach that that's different. So we've got the main, which is essentially going to be 3 columns. The first one probably going to have H2, which is agenda. The middle one is going to be like the editor, but this is going to be visual. We're using Tailwind, so we have access. What's for dinner tonight then? I don't know yet. We'll probably go to the pub, to the local pub for a basket meal. But I don't know. I have no idea yet. But it might be a basket meal. Kaylee's only just finished work, so she's on her way home now. So she'll be probably 20 to 30 minutes. Let's see. Visually, SR only. Hide an element visually without hiding it from screen readers. That's what I want. We haven't cooked dinner for you. We don't tend to cook when it gets to Friday. Friday tends to be more relaxed. The thinking here is that the H2s break up these sections. These kind of are sections, I suppose, so maybe probably makes sense to call them sections. But this section in the middle doesn't have a H2. You can kind of tell what it is by looking at it. But for screen readers, we should probably have a H2. So I've added in the H2 and added the SR only tag on the class. So it's hidden from visual screen users, but if you're using a screen reader, you'll see it in there. We usually bulk cook for a night or two, so tonight is finishing off some jerk chicken with rice and peas that we cooked yesterday. That's quite cool. That sounds really nice, actually. Yeah, I feel like we ought to get into bulk cooking. Do you ever get tired of like having the same thing multiple nights though? One of the things I did do a while ago was kind of do a bunch of I breaded a bunch of like chicken fillets or whatever. I like kind of sliced chicken breasts in half and put panko breadcrumbs on it and stuff. Was it panko breadcrumbs? Yeah, I think so. And then we froze those because then we could just like cook them up whenever we wanted them. So we could do katsu curry or like a chicken burger or whatever. This div is then going to be the... This is probably a block. Like a pop out. Transcript editor form. Go in there, and then if you reached the end of the meeting. I feel like I've gone a bit weird here because we've got the editor, but then we've also got like this bit about meeting and it's out of the flow a bit. I don't know, I'll figure out accessibility later. Really, one of the things I'm thinking about here is actually this participant section should be marked up there, but visually it's here. And I can probably adjust that with CSS later. Responsive is also another thing that I'm like, hang on, how's that going to work? I guess we'll figure that out as we go. It usually only lasts 2 nights tops in most cases. Just nice to have 1 night cooking and not on the next. That's fair. Makes sense.
Play with my emotions like it's all just a game to you. It's a game to you. Roll the dice again, and I can promise this time you lose. It's your turn to lose. Hold on, it's getting too
I'll probably wrap that in a div as well.
long, but don't start to
That section there.
take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough.
You have 7 unidentified participant. Ad's about to start. What? That means it's been an hour since the last one. I should probably wrap up soon. There should be a list, and then a lie, and then we're gonna need the div, I believe. No, we don't need a div. Well, we'll want a div for the coloured circle. That's bullet or something, I don't know. User bullet. And then probably a div with the span with the person's name in it. And I'm not sure about how this is gonna go yet, but I agree with the point earlier around it feeling like actually this is how long they spoke, but I'm going to tweak it once I got it in the screen. This can be Sarah Stevens. This is going to be a cluster. That's a cluster. The thing up here is a cluster. Let's grab an image and then we can grab UI faces. Have they got the one we had? This one? Copy image address. Don't need an alt tag. The 45. We're in a cluster here, but actually, if I look at cluster, cover flow cluster. Oh, it has. porcelain. Text Pelorus. What did we say it was? Like 600 or something. This would be a cluster once we got that image in. Next. Pelorus 600. And then the rest of that area is going to be text porcelain 800. Class equals BG 100. And then rounded as well. Large. XL. Is there a rounded XL? 12 pixels? Yeah, I'll do. Cluster isn't the right thing here, but I'm going to do it again. What do I have? A mess. That's what I've got. It's not bad. It's not bad considering I just used cluster and haven't actually written any CSS yet properly. I guess these probably could have been paragraphs rather than span. That would have done that more how I'd expected it. Align center. Is that what it is? Or is it just center? Or is it text center? Yeah, text center. Same with this actually up here. I thought I had got cluster justify equals center between space queen and then this class cluster and I have data justify queen. What am I trying to do there? Trying to make this. Oh, that's because I've put it on the wrong thing. That's what I was trying to do. This can have actually on that cluster this can all be text, right? I think it's rounded full and it'll create a circle, yeah. minus the minutes. Obviously need to adjust some of the sizing of a few things. Data justified queen. I think actually what I'd rather do there is perhaps create a new composition, which is like columned, not columned. Not columned. Flex. One. Play. Flex. For now, I think that'll be better. Columned. And we can have gap set to one run for now. Class equals pi. No. Large. Add that padding. Get that padding. Got columns. Flex 2, is that right? Did 1, 1, yeah, 1 is 1. 1 should have been 2. BG white. Ooh. We've got a block here, I think, really. Pop out. CSS. Pop out. Border 2 pixels, solid. Var. Color porcelain 200, was it? I don't know. Border radius can be 4 pixels for 10, wasn't it? Perhaps this was 4 pixels or something. Margin dot -2 rem. Margin dot on the here. Margin MT medium. Excel. Apparently. Excel. 3 for Excel. Probably a bit too much. We'll do 3 Excel. We can do all the padding in here. P large, make it the same as the others. Sorry, I got way too. I think I completely forgot about chat. Just have you seen the new Karate Kid movie? Is going to be in the works with both Ralph Macchio and Jackie Chan. I haven't. That's news to me. That's kind of cool. I need to get rid of all the styles of that list at some point. What's going in here and why does it feel skewed with? Oh, because this is a cluster, not the They both set up a site for kids to audition for the role as next grow. That's pretty cool. So not cluster. This is going to be columned. It's columned, but then this needs to probably. The line right isn't going to do the job there, is it? Margin left auto 100%. That's a bit too much. It's like display flex start align items flex end, justify content flex end. Or even just like place content flex end, place items, align items, justify We've got a cluster there. I guess the cluster could actually just have justify content flex end. Probably all I need to do there. So if I could go on here and go flex end. I think that's what I'm going to call it. Because there's a lot going on there. And it gives me something to do next time I go. And it's been a long stream. So almost 6.5 hours. Sorry. Yeah, good stopping point. There's a lot in there. Yeah, I actually shocked that I managed to get that much of the page in HTML, almost the same kind of layout and structure as the other thing. And now I'm seeing it in the HTML. I always feel like when you move from Figma into actual or just static design into something on the web, which you can actually kind of play with and move around, it feels like, I mean, obviously the responsive is a mess, but it feels like it's looking a lot more clean than like what it does in here. So I'm quite happy with how it's coming along. Looking forward to jumping back into this. Not sure I'll be streaming over the weekend. I might squeeze a stream in over here or there. Maybe Sunday if I do. Otherwise it'll be Monday. I'm going to be streaming Monday, I think. And it'll be a shorter stream Monday though. Because in the afternoon I'm off on holiday. So, and then I'll be off for a week and then I'll be coming back into it. So hopefully before I go on holiday I'll be able to get more of this done and get the transcript that we've been working on in here and have that styled in up a little bit more and actually have a bit of a structure to the tool that we're working on. Should be nice. I think that'll be good. But now I'm going to go get some food. So thank you for hanging out in stream today. It's been a good one. I'll hopefully see you next time. Bye.